Warrior Lore. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those Gu master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Etion Mountain? It seems that Ing Wu Xie's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other Righteous Path Gu immortals were not stupid. They also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contained the dream path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered. He was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The Righteous Path and Demonic Path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Fang Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Fang Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then, he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then, he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then, his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken, and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Fang Yuan's pupil shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the Righteous Path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the Demonic Path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. Warrior Lore, the Super Gu formation, and the Righteous Path Gu immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal Gu house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most Gu immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the Gu immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's heaven overseeing tower was too famous. Celestial Court? Almost all the Gu immortals present felt their hearts shake. The heavenly court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long crossed his arms. His body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go. They must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of spectral soul hiding in other Gu immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the Gu immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Yes. Behind Duke Long, the Gu immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered, kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the righteous path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven overseeing tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven overseeing tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The righteous path Gu immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's Gu immortals from Central Continent. Were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven overseeing tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again. The situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven overseeing tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu immortal Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven overseeing tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu formation. With this Gu formation, he should be able to block Heaven overseeing tower's power. Fang Yuan had a lot of battle experience against Heaven overseeing tower. Even if it was the strongest method to activate Fate Gu, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super Gu formation could block one attack. Fang Yuan decided to watch and not make a move, but Zishan Makoto could not ignore it. He was a Wisdom Path rank 8. How could he not have any methods to deal with it? Zishan Makoto transmitted, Zhuayi Hui, according to the agreement, your enemies are here. What are you waiting for? They are from Celestial Court. Celestial Court? The legendary primordial beast Zhuayi Hui shuddered when it heard this. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This anger and hatred was deeply ingrained in its bones. Even after 1,000,000 years, it was still unforgettable. Celestial Court. Zhuayi Hui raised its head and roared. The sound waves spread over hundreds of li boom. At the next moment, a dark fog burst out of Zhuayi Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with. Now that it was covered by the dark fog, it became even more terrifying. Next, it bent its legs and arched its body, baring its teeth as it stomped on the ground. Bam! A violent muffled sound rang out, and the entire ground trembled violently. A huge crater was created by Zhuayi Hui's stomp. Meanwhile, Zhuayi Hui shot towards the sky like an arrow, pouncing towards Heaven overseeing tower. Heaven overseeing tower attacked, but Zhuayi Hui's body was covered in black fog. It was an immortal killer move. Not only could it fly, it also had defensive properties. Zhuayi Hui was unstoppable. It was like a huge black meteor. In a few breaths of time, it crossed 100 li and arrived in front of Heaven overseeing tower. Humph! Reckless savage survivor. Duke Long snorted in disdain. His body shook as he willed. Heaven overseeing tower burst out with blinding white light. At once, the world turned white. Heaven overseeing tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish. Rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate's power was unparalleled. No matter how they dodged, they would be hit. As long as they were not rank 9, no matter how strong they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the ground, everywhere. The Gu immortals who were exposed to the light, be they righteous path or demonic path, all of them coughed out blood. They were heavily injured instantly. They fainted on the spot. In an instant, Half of the battlefield was cleared. Some Gu immortals, because of the obstruction of the dream realm, were not exposed to the light. They survived. With a loud sound, Zuoyi Hui could not block fate's attack. It crashed to the ground. It coughed out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up. It opened its mouth and roared at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the central continent Gu immortals were all shocked. Duke Long also showed a surprised expression. Zuoyi Hui was hit by Fate Vanquish. It was normal that it did not die. It was thicker than ordinary immortal Gu houses. Its recovery speed was shocking. Zuoyi Hui had been a problem in Southern Border for many years. Southern Border's Gu immortals had sent immortal Gu houses to hunt it down, but they could not take its life. They could only defeat it. But Zuoyi Hui's injuries were much lighter than Duke Long had expected. Gu immortals could cultivate. Zuoyi Hui was cultivating too. Over these years, Zuoyi Hui's strength had been rising. Furthermore, it had the help of Shadow Sect this time. Zishan Makoto had lent it many immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, equipping Zuoyi Hui with all his might. Zuoyi Hui stood up completely. Its wounds were already half-healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Next, it charged at Heaven Overseeing Tower fearlessly. Duke Long's eyes shined with cold light. He used Fate Vanquish again. Zuoyi Hui was hit. It fell to the ground again. But soon, it stood up again. Even though it was injured, it was still full of energy. The central continent Gu immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary immemorial desolate beast? It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Zuoyi Hui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. Chapter 1368. Roar. Zuoyi Hui roared. This time, he flew up in mid-air and pounced towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long smiled coldly, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom. Zuoyi Hui missed. The entire Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the Gu immortals inside, turned Phantom. Ordinary methods could not harm them. Is it intentional? Trying to lure me out? Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, saw this as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect indeed had methods to counter phantom forms. But Zishan Makoto did not attack the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the immortal Gu that could counter phantom forms. Even if he used them, it would be too difficult to deal with the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. He did not attack? Duke Long muttered in his heart. Back then, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from returning to its original form. Duke Long had already prepared a method. He was waiting for this killer move from Shadow Sect. But Zishan Makoto was patient. He had no intention of attacking. Duke Long controlled the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, trying to get closer to the Dream Realm. The huge Heaven Overseeing Tower entered the Dream Realm. Its phantom form started to fade. Some Gu worms at the edges were devoured by the Dream Realm. It can't turn phantom either. Duke Long's heart shook. He controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower again, leaving the Dream Realm. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered something like a Dream Realm. Regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was very surprised. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower was in phantom form, a corner of it was devoured by the Dream Realm. The central continent Gu immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower started to repair it. Without a corresponding Dream Path method, even Heaven Overseeing Tower will be lost in the Dream Realm. Duke Long concluded. One move to dominate the world. Back then, Ing Wuxia, who possessed the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, could use Lead Soul into Dream to sleep with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It could be seen that even a powerful rank 9 Immortal Gu house could not defend against the power of Dream Path. Unless it was an Immortal Gu house with Dream Path Immortal Gu, most Immortal Gu houses would be lost in the Dream Realm. This way, this battlefield is not suitable for Heaven Overseeing Tower to fight. Heaven Overseeing Tower is huge. It is not as agile as when Gu immortals fight alone. Duke Long looked at the furious Zuoyi Hui, his eyes shining with bright light. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly became solid. Zuoyi Hui quickly chased after it. Heaven overseeing tower turned and sped up, charging towards a dream realm not far away. Zhuyi Hui flew in the air. His speed was even faster. His huge body was like a black cloud, sweeping past like the wind towards heaven overseeing tower. Not good. When Zishan Makoto saw this scene, he quickly took action. A mystical light shot out and landed on heaven overseeing tower. Heaven overseeing tower's speed slowed down. It became illusory, like the reflection of a rippling water surface. It's fake? Zhuyi Hui quickly stopped. It almost fell into the dream realm. The dream realm was a dangerous place for Zhuyi Hui. Behind it, the real heaven overseeing tower appeared. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes shining with a cold light as he stared at a certain place. Zishan Makoto sighed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Duke Long was trying to harm Zhuyi Hui on the surface, but the truth was that he wanted to find Zishan Makoto's location. But even though Zishan Makoto saw through Duke Long's plan, he had to take action. Because Zhuyi Hui was a precious battle strength, he could not lose it. Shadow Sect needed it to defend heaven overseeing tower. Spectral Soul Remnant, I will kill him. Fairy Myrtle, go deal with that Super Goo formation and kill that Fong Yuan. The rest of you control heaven overseeing tower and leave. Zhuyi Hui will definitely follow you. I do not want to make any mistakes. Duke Long ordered as the immortals quickly responded. With a dragon roar, Duke Long turned into a mystical light as he flew towards Zishan Makoto. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle flew towards the Super Goo formation. Heaven overseeing tower brought the central continent Goo immortals as they flew into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Zhuyi Hui looked at Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle before looking at heaven overseeing tower. It knew that because of its huge size and the fact that it liked to charge and attack in battle, it was very restricted here. It was not fun. And heaven overseeing tower had the aura that it hated the most. It was the symbol of celestial court. The thought of destroying heaven overseeing tower was firmly in Zhuyi Hui's mind. Duke Long flew in the sky. His body turned into a phantom as he arrived in front of Zishan Makoto in the blink of an eye. He was tall and mighty. He had a dragon horn on his forehead. His dragon eyes were filled with dominance and coldness. Boom, boom, boom. Zishan Makoto fought against Duke Long. After a few breaths of time, Zishan Makoto could not match him. He escaped in a pathetic state. You will die for sure today. Duke Long roared as he chased relentlessly. Inside the Super Goo formation, Fong Yuan was breaking out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Providence. It was actually hiding here, no, or should I say? Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Sweat was dripping down his forehead. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle had already arrived in front of the Super Goo formation. Fong Yuan quickly calmed his mind and activated the Super Goo formation, fully guarding against the enemy in front of him. This Goo formation is not bad. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light. She inspected the Super Goo formation as she nodded. Unfortunately, there is a flaw. There are too many Goo worms. The person controlling the Goo formation has borrowed other people's immortal Goo. However, this is something that I can use. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle used her right hand to raise an immortal Goo house. Star Constellation Chessboard. This immortal Goo house was personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was possibly the smallest immortal Goo house in the world. The chessboard was activated. It turned into sparkling starlight in the sky. The starlight howled. They were like a group of fireflies as they pounced at Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's huge body was engulfed by these starlight specks. She turned into dazzling starlight and joined in. The starlight expanded slightly as it pounced at the Super Goo formation. Fong Yuan was already prepared. He activated the Goo formation in time and attacked the starlight specks. But these starlight specks ignored the Goo formation's attack. They directly went into the Super Goo formation and permeated it in the blink of an eye. Originally, this Super Goo formation was shining with red, green, blue, and black profound lights. But now that the starlight permeated it, these four profound lights weakened. The starlight mixed into the four profound lights. Fong Yuan felt a sense of concentration coming from the Super Goo formation. Fong Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. You were chosen by Providence Sect. You had the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the world. However, even though you destroyed Shadow Sect's heaven-defying plan, you took a wrong step. You betrayed the righteous path and entered the demonic path, becoming enemies with the people of the world. If you admit your mistake now, surrender immediately, I will leave your corpse intact. After you die, I will personally write a biography for you. Your name will be spread throughout the ages and serve as a warning to future generations. At this time, Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Goo formation. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. Providence Sect made a good plan this time. He said this as he tried to activate the Super Goo formation. The Goo formation was still under his control, but the feeling of difficulty and darkness was getting heavier. Some of the mortal goo at the edges were vanishing from Fong Yuan's senses. Evidently, Fairy Myrtle was fighting with him for the control of this Super Goo formation. Stubborn fool. Fairy Myrtle's voice was cold. She saw that Fong Yuan was resisting with all his might. She increased her strength. The starlight specks in the Super Goo formation became brighter. Celestial Court knows my identity. This proves my earlier guess. Dark Limit Immortal Goo cannot be retrieved. As time passes, this Super Goo formation will eventually be controlled by Celestial Court. What do I do? Abandoning the Super Goo formation and activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal to escape? No way. Celestial Court has fought with me long ago. They are familiar with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Since they want to get rid of me, not only do they want to get rid of the Shadow Sect, they also want to kill me. How could they not consider Reverse Flow Protection Seal? If I rely on this killer move, Celestial Court might not want to see that happen. Once my killer move is broken, I will suffer a backlash and lose my battle strength. I might even die. What should I do? The thoughts in Fong Yuan's mind surged like a storm, like a raging tsunami. He was in a desperate situation. Fong Yuan quickly thought of a way to escape the battlefield. There was no way. It was impossible for him to escape on his own. His only hope was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Should I gamble that Celestial Court did not develop a method to counter Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Fong Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was well aware that if he were to bet on this, his chances of winning were too small. As for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fong Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was hard for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to evolve into an immemorial desolate beast. Even if he had a lot of heavenly crystals, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would not be under Fong Yuan's control after becoming an immemorial desolate beast. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was arrogant. It only submitted to the strong. The possibility of it rebelling was huge. Relying on Fong Yuan and its own emotions to maintain it was very weak and unreliable. There are two ways to stall for time. Fong Yuan thought hard and came up with two methods. One was to release Reverse Flow River and place himself in the river to defend himself. The other was to place his Immortal Aperture in southern border and close the Immortal Aperture's entrance to defend himself. But these two methods were only stalling for time. There was no possibility of improving the situation. If Fong Yuan used these methods, it would be the same as giving up the initiative. This was very dangerous. If these two methods could let Fong Yuan escape with his life, the only possibility was the reinforcements from Southern Border's righteous path. If Southern Border's Goo Immortals could expel Celestial Court, Fong Yuan might have a chance to escape. But Celestial Court was not a weakling, nor was it a fool. Southern Border's righteous path's overall strength was naturally greater than Central Continent's side in the battlefield. But whether their reinforcements could defeat Celestial Court's Goo Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower was a problem. Even if they could defeat them and chase away Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, would Fong Yuan be able to continue using Wu Yihai's identity? Impossible. Celestial Court had already discovered his identity. They only needed one sentence to make Southern Border's righteous path target Fong Yuan. Chapter 1369. Swoosh swoosh. Their killing intent was piercingly cold. Two figures shuttled back and forth in the dreamland. Webzishan Makoto against Duke Long. The two were extremely fast. They shot out like flying arrows, but they were also agile like snakes. Boom boom boom. As the two fought, thunderous sounds could be heard continuously. Air currents surged, but when they landed in the nearby dream realms, they dissipated. The two rank 8 Gu immortals started to fight. One was a first-generation split soul of spectral soul he had cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was a celestial court legend with quasi-rank 9 strength who lived in seclusion in history. Without a doubt, the battle between the two was the most important and intense battle in the entire Dream Realm battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhua Yi Hui's clash was secondary compared to these two's intense battle. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with a purple glass-like light. He suddenly stretched out his arms as countless charcoal-like rocks floated on the surface of his body. The rocks flew out and grew larger in the air. At the same time, the surface of the rocks started burning with red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks flew towards Duke Long like a rain of fire. Duke Long attacked fiercely, not dodging at all. When the fiery rocks landed on his body, they were blocked by a layer of cloud light that surrounded him. The cloud light did not move, but soon Duke Long found that a mystical fire was burning in his mind. His thoughts rose up, but the flames burned them away. The cloud light needed Duke Long to maintain it at all times. Now that these thoughts were destroyed, he lost his defense. The fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's body. At once, there were sounds of explosions. The fiery rocks were like eggs. Duke Long's muscular body was like metal. The fiery rocks shattered and self-detonated. Sparks and rocks flew everywhere. Duke Long continued to charge forwards. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks, and at the same time, he had defensive measures like Bai Chan Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His imposing manner was astonishing. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon, charging forward bravely against Zishan Makoto's bombardment. The pair of dragon eyes were still cold. Duke Long's face did not change at all. His expression was as cold as ice. He did not even frown. Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move was like a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Duke Long's performance was very domineering. While Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he paid attention to strategy and fought while retreating. Flint couldn't do anything to Duke Long, but Zishan Makoto's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly stretched out his left index finger and pointed at Duke Long, who was chasing after him. Suddenly, 100 flowers bloomed. On the surface of Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. The flowers numbered in the thousands, covering Duke Long's entire body. Duke Long had a strong body and frighteningly high defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive moves. This time, Duke Long stopped his pursuit. He floated in the air. From flying at a high speed, he instantly stopped moving, showing his incredible movement method and his powerful body. Flowers bloomed on Duke Long's body, increasing in number. The petals were delicate and fragile, but they gave Duke Long a huge problem. Duke Long stretched out his right hand. He clenched his fist and prepared for a breath of time before opening his fingers. Boom! With a soft explosion, from his opened right palm, countless faint white chi currents flew out. These chi currents were like arcs, flying in the air, rapidly circling around Duke Long's body. The streams of chi were like sharp blades. They constantly swept away the flowers on his body. For a moment, petals fluttered and the flowers withered. The chi currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. In a few breaths of time, all the flowers on Duke Long's body were wiped clean. Zishan Makoto's pupils shrank when he saw this. Duke Long's killing move was very sharp, and the chi currents were multiple, requiring high attainment and skill to control. It was originally an offensive move against the enemy, but when Duke Long controlled it, it was used on himself. If he was not careful, he would be injured. But Duke Long was skilled and daring. He was extremely familiar with this move. It was as if he could control it with ease. Many of the chi currents brushed past his skin and the surface of his clothes, but they were not harmed at all. His control was extremely precise. It was simply amazing. However, using this chance, Zishan Makoto had already activated it. Immortal killer moves had difficulty in activating them. If Zhao Lianyun was in Zishan Makoto's situation, he might fail in activating the killer move. However, Purple Mountain True Monarch was incomparably experienced and steady. He grasped this opportunity and didn't waste it. An immortal killer move was activated. Phantoms appeared, surrounding Zishan Makoto's main body, forming dozens of purple phantoms in an instant. These phantoms were still splitting. One turned into four, four turned into 10, forming an army in an instant. Zishan Makoto's body was concealed. The purple phantom army pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he waved it. Claw marks appeared in the air. These claw marks were dozens of feet long. Wherever they went, the purple phantoms would disintegrate. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw. He attacked left and right. The claw marks spread out and almost caused cracks to appear in space. The purple phantoms were quickly cleared. Duke Long's eyes shined with a mystical light, covering a hidden space. Zishan Makoto immediately knew that his location was exposed. He appeared. Both sides stood in the air. Countless layers of chaotic dream realms were behind them. They were about 1,000 steps away from each other. It seems that even after sleeping for so many years, you are still able to keep up with the times. Zishan Makoto said plainly. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Right now, his robe was fluttering and his purple hair was swaying. His eyes were filled with vigor. He looked very graceful. During this period of time, I have been practicing. Times are changing. Too many geniuses have appeared in these 1,000,000 years. They have displayed too many exquisite methods. Duke Long sighed. He sighed, continuing. All right, let's not use these small methods. The probing is over. Let's use our true strength now. Zishan Makoto smiled, nodding. Of course. At the next moment, the two moved like lightning, colliding together. Bam, bam, bam. Dazzling lights and shadows burst forth like overflowing fireworks, illuminating the surrounding dreamland, making it even more dazzling and colorful. These two are really... Relying on the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of most of the battlefield. After observing Zishan Makoto and Duke Long's battle for a while, Fang Yuan was speechless. Both are rank 8 Gu immortals, and not ordinary rank 8s. They are truly too strong. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals fight for the first time, they use Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves. In a real fight, they use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. But these two are directly using Immortal Killer moves to probe each other. These two are at least Great Grandmaster attainment level, be it Fiery Rocks, Flowers, Chi Blades, Cloudlight, or others. They are all signs of comprehension. If I did not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal, I would have lost in one move. So intense. These two's fighting speed and firepower have increased by a large margin. Information was very important to Gu immortals. Fang Yuan used the Super Gu formation to observe for a while, gaining a lot of information. Be it Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could only take a beating. In fact, during the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was able to escape because of the chaotic situation at that time. Eventually, Fang Yuan used the regional wall to escape from the pursuers, Dog Tail Life extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu. With my own strength, it will be very difficult to escape from such a chaotic battle. The chances are very slim. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot. But at this time, his expression suddenly changed. Inside his immortal aperture, an information path Gu worm had sent him Wu Yong's message. Wu Yong is not dead. Qiao Jikai and Tai Mianshan are safe too. They were only trapped for a while. They are using an immortal Gu house to rush here. Wu Yong sent a message, telling Fang Yuan to hold on and preserve his life. Even if he had to escape, it was fine. He also told Fang Yuan that not only him, Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chuyu was also coming with an immortal Gu house. But the latter was even further away than Wu Yong. Not just these two groups, the other super forces also sent their immortal Gu houses. Although the southern border Righteous Path clans had been fighting against each other before, but after hearing Wu Yong's announcement and the situation in the low-grade dreamland, they immediately stopped fighting against each other, united as one, and advanced towards the low-grade dreamland. If one looked at the map of southern border, Etion Mountain was at the left of the center of southern border. And the righteous sects that were scattered all over the southern border, all sent reinforcements, rushing over from all directions to provide support. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. If he was Wu Yihai, he would be overjoyed at this news, his morale would soar. But he was not. He was Fang Yuan. Once Southern Border's reinforcements arrived, the Celestial Court would definitely expose his identity and cause chaos. Fang Yuan would be isolated. As for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan sighed internally. This brother of his was his greatest political backer. He might become the strongest pursuer in the future. Fang Yuan killed the real Wu Yihai with his own hands. Even if Wu Yong and Wu Yihai had a weak brotherly relationship, and Wu Yong did not want to take revenge, because of his righteous path identity, he had to take revenge and kill Fang Yuan. It could be said that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was irreconcilable. Wu clan actually has an immortal Gu house. Wu Yong is really patient. He came very quickly, but even the nearest reinforcements would take at least a day to arrive. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Chapter 1370. Hope was still slim. Right now, the battle was a chaotic three-way battle. Celestial Court's force was firmly in first place. Because they had rank 8 battle strength Zishan Makoto and Zhua Yi Hui, Shadow Sect's force was second. Southern Border's Righteous Path force was third. Although they had the Super Gu formation, it was a dead object. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had used Star Constellation chessboard to infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a member of Southern Border's Righteous Path on the surface, but he was actually closer to Shadow Sect. He was special. And looking at the battle situation, Celestial Court's force and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect's side. Shadow Sect could not match Celestial Court. They were at a disadvantage. They were also being attacked from both sides. They were at a disadvantage. One day, I need at least one day to reach Southern Border. According to the current situation, if this situation continues, I will not be able to last until then. Once Shadow Sect is defeated, Celestial Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path forces will work together to deal with me, the traitor. Shadow Sect's defeat is only one aspect. There is also this Super Gu formation. It will not last for more than one day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at this Super Gu formation with deep worry. Because of Qi Chu Yu's design, the second layer of this Super Gu formation could only be controlled by one person. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan called back the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they would not be able to help him resist Fairy Myrtle's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan had the hidden danger of his identity. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of Fang Yuan's true identity from Celestial Court, would these Southern Border Gu Immortals believe it? What would they do? To Fang Yuan, these were all unknown dangers. Fang Yuan had thought of the first layer of the Gu formation. This Super Gu formation had a total of 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer. There was still the first layer left. If Fairy Myrtle succeeded, the second layer of the Gu formation Fang Yuan would self-destruct. In theory, she would still be able to activate the first layer of the Gu formation and continue to resist it. However, according to Qi Gui's information path Gu Worm, the controller of this Gu formation had to be a Qi clan Gu Immortal. This was Qi Chu Yu's Gu formation. From his perspective, he had to prioritize his own benefits first. The first Gu formation had many methods to distinguish one's identity. If it was purely bloodline, Fang Yuan could still impersonate it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. One of the methods involved Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet Gu or Soul Lantern Gu in Qi Clan. This involved information path. Fang Yuan could only sigh and curse helplessly in his heart. Qi Chu Yu, this old man. How could a rank 8 Gu Immortal be easy to deal with? When Qi Chu Yu made this arrangement, he naturally did not expect such a complicated situation. But now, this arrangement had become a huge obstacle to restrain Fang Yuan. It was a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer to the dead end. But undeniably, Qi Chu Yu's arrangement was correct. At least, it was a huge guarantee for Qi Clan. Fang Yuan had to be careful not to let Qi Clan's Gu Immortals die. Especially Qi Gue. If anything happens to him, he would need to use the Super Gu formation to teleport him back. With Qi Gue, he had the first layer of the Gu formation. Of course, Qi Gue's attitude towards Fang Yuan was still an unsolved mystery. Unless he was at his wit's end, Fang Yuan would not use Qi Gue. The situation was complex. The three sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special identity. Even though he was in Southern Border's Righteous Path camp, he was not reliable. There were too many factors affecting him. Wisdom path methods were being used. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He was thinking so hard that his brain was about to emit smoke. How could he escape? This problem was still unsolvable. Spring-autumn cicada? A thought appeared in Feng Yuan's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Its body contained providence. There was a huge risk of failure. Earlier, Feng Yuan used Providence's secret help to revive successfully. But now, he was standing on the opposite side of Heaven's will, and Heaven's will couldn't wait to tear him apart. In this situation, if Feng Yuan tried to revive using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would be lying to himself. Spring-Autumn Cicada's providence would directly get rid of him. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was suicide, unless he used Shadow Sect's method to reverse refine it. But now, how could Feng Yuan have the time to do so? That's not right. I can use time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. That way, I can give up on the supergoo formation and hide in my immortal aperture. I can refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. No, that is not right. There are calamities and tribulations. Once the immortal aperture's time is sped up, calamities and tribulations will descend. It will be very difficult for Providence to control it. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no confidence in refining a pure Spring-Autumn Cicada in a race against time, and this method requires me to give up on the supergoo formation. It is a foolish choice. This was not right either. Fate was full of malice. It seemed to have lost all hope of survival. But Feng Yuan did not give up. He was still persevering. His willpower did not waver. Even though the pressure was increasing, Fairy Myrtle's corrosion of the supergoo formation had not stopped for even a moment. Persevere. Feng Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. He was not flustered. He was very calm. It was not that he had not encountered desperate situations before. On the contrary, he had encountered them many times. In this world, cultivating and struggling for life, no matter what choice one made, there would always be risks. Once a person walked to a higher place, it was like climbing a mountain. Without risks, how could there be gains and improvements? Even someone as strong as old ancestor Xuehu, the #1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, encountered danger. Snowy Mountain was destroyed. His hundreds of years of foundation was gone just like that. The plan to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo failed completely. Reverse Flow River was snatched away. Even his wife, Lady Wan Shou, was heavily injured. For example, Celestial Court Goo Immortals by Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang. These rank 8 great experts were high and mighty existences. In the end, they died in battle. Even their corpses were scattered outside, unable to return home. There was also Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and in Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jiaga, who died in battle while attacking Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan was not Ma Hongyun. He was not the child of luck. Compared to these people, he was very ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died in the end, but he had fortune rivaling heaven to protect him. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living beings like dogs. No matter how talented or experienced a Goo Immortal was, in this world, they were all ordinary beings. They were treated equally. 500 years of previous life experience, compared to heaven and earth, what was it? The so-called scheming and deep foresight was just because he had experienced the fickleness of the world. He was familiar with the ways of the world. Manpower was limited. Who did not make mistakes? Even rank 9 venerables were not immune. Even Ren Zhu was deceived by wisdom goo. On the contrary, providence was vast. It controlled the entire situation. The heavenly power of heaven and earth was endless. Resisting heaven as a human, how difficult was that? The same feeling was not only lingering in Feng Yuan's mind. Ing Wu Xie was also deeply moved. He was fighting. His opponent was a rank 7 Righteous Path Goo Immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 Immortal Zombie Ing Wu Xie was at a disadvantage. Even though he had exquisite immortal killer moves, the opponent was too strong. Ing Wu Xie could only barely hold his ground. After the previous chaotic battle, Ing Wu Xie fell into the predicament of fighting alone, and the situation was precarious. Soul Beast Summoning. Ing Wu Xie used an immortal killer move, 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded him again. But his opponent, Xia Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, smiled in disdain. Not long ago, when he faced soul beast summoning for the first time, he was flustered. But now, with more experience, Xia Clan's Gu Immortal found a way to quickly restrain the ancient soul beasts. That was to use the giant dream realm. The intelligence of ancient soul beasts was still very low. As long as they used some schemes, Xia Clan's Gu Immortal could lure these soul beasts into the dream realm. Souls entering the dream realm were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The essence of soul beasts was to condense their souls into corporeal bodies. Making full use of the surrounding environment was also one of the Gu Immortal's battle attainments. As expected, soon, the ancient soul beasts that Ing Wuxia painstakingly summoned were dealt with by Xia Clan's Gu Immortal. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not escape. He could only rely on others in this situation. Right at this time, his expression changed. He received Sixth Hair's message. Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. After Zishan Makoto woke up, he took the initiative to communicate with Fang Yuan, suggesting cooperation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods. Even though they had mutual benefits, there was no progress. Ing Wuxia did not expect that at this time, Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Too late. The bitterness in Ing Wuxia's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. I don't know where Fang Yuan is, but my Shadow Sect has already made a move to save the main body. Sixth Hair sent another message. Fang Yuan needed an information path Gu Worm to communicate with Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan could not communicate with Shadow Sect directly. Sixth Hair was usually the middleman. This was because the letter Gu used for communication were usually a pair. This way, crucial clues would be left behind for each other. Their location could be easily deduced and other information could be obtained. Give it to him. Ing Wuxia thought about it. He did not reject. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Ing Wuxia's mind. You are in a sorry state, Ing Wuxia. You are about to be killed by Xia Clan. Where is your lead soul into Dream Killer move? Why don't you use it? Ing Wuxia heard this and stared with wide-opened eyes. He was greatly shocked. Fang Yuan. He immediately transmitted. Are you in this battlefield? What do you think? Fang Yuan chuckled. Don't use soul beast summoning carelessly. You have already used it 3 times. The effect is getting worse. Using it again will only increase the risk and waste immortal essence. Ing Wuxia was shocked. Fang Yuan, you are here after all. Damn it. You actually managed to sneak in. When did you do it? Wait, don't tell me my opponent is you? Chapter 1371. Cooperate. Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, Ing Wuxia could not help but show a complex expression. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship could be said to be very complicated. Fang Yuan, who was half an otherworldly demon, was once a chess piece arranged by Providence. He staked it all and returned to the past, destroying Shadow Sect's plan. Fang Yuan, who succeeded in snatching the sovereign immortal Aperture Gu, became irreconcilable enemies with Shadow Sect. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. However, Fang Yuan made full use of time and the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. He gradually became stronger and started to chase after Ing Wuxia and the rest. If not for Ing Wuxia and the rest making good use of the situation and having excellent escape methods, they would have already died in Fang Yuan's hands. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already become strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect was led by Zishan Makoto. They started to change their strategy and were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. This was a turning point in the relationship between the two sides. Precisely because of this, at this moment, when Fang Yuan suggested cooperation, Ing Wuxia nodded and replied, Let's cooperate then. Ing Wuxia did not dislike cooperating with Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, he had once disliked and hated it. When Zishan Makoto suggested it, he did not understand. But people changed. If it was during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Ing Wuxia had just been born and was ignorant, he would not have thought of cooperating with his mortal enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was as weak as an ant. Ing Wuxia would not have been stupid enough to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After the huge loss on Etion Mountain, Ing Wuxie hated Fang Yuan to the extreme. There was no basis for them to cooperate. Ing Wuxie had been thinking about how to restore the former glory of the Shadow Sect. But as Fang Yuan's strength continued to soar, and as he chased after Ing Wuxie and the others, the battered and exhausted Ing Wuxie could not help but grow wary of Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan had chased them all the way to the northern plains. Other than the wariness Ing Wuxie felt towards Fang Yuan, there was also a sense of fear. After the battle at the upflowing river, Ing Wuxie developed a new feeling for Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan had done what Ing Wuxie couldn't. It was no wonder he was chosen by Providence to return to the past to make things difficult for the Shadow Sect. It's not that I'm not strong, but my opponent is Fang Yuan. With this thought in mind, Ing Wuxie suddenly realized that his failures along the way were not so hard to accept. How? I can't hold on for much longer. Ing Wuxie asked directly. Fang Yuan raised his brows slightly. Ing Wuxie's attitude was so straightforward. Fang Yuan was surprised. Of course I will help you first. The celestial cord is too strong. We have to work together to have more hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He started to communicate with the Xia Clan Gu immortal who was fighting Ing Wuxie. Retreat? Why would I retreat? I have already probed my opponent's foundation. Victory is in my grasp. The Xia Clan Gu immortal did not understand. The Yao Clan Gu immortal over there is in danger. He needs your help. Go. I am in charge of the situation. How can you see the big picture like me? Fang Yuan was not polite at all. The Xia Clan Gu immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's identity and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he could only snort inwardly and leave. Then how are you going to help me? Hurry up and help. Ing Wuxie urged, but suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He was shocked to see that his opponent suddenly retreated, looking at him with an unresigned expression before flying away. What are you arguing for? I am already helping you. Fang Yuan's voice could be heard at this moment. Ing Wuxie's heart shook. He shouted, You're still saying you are not an imposter? Or is he one of you? Enough nonsense, tell me. What is your Shadow Sect's plan? Don't tell me you don't have a backup plan. Fang Yuan immediately asked. Ing Wuxie smiled bitterly, replying, We naturally have a backup plan. That is me. Rumble. An intense explosion occurred. From the surging air currents, Zishan Makoto flew out of the sky full of bright lights, charging down rapidly. Why are you running? Come and fight. Behind him, Duke Long chased after him. At this moment, his long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his extremely robust body had changed greatly. Not only did his dragon horns grow longer and sharper, his two hands had turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swung behind him. His entire body was covered in a layer of thick and dense dragon scales. Zishan Makoto was in a sorry state, but his gaze was still clear and calm. Duke Long, in history, he primarily cultivated Chi Path, but because of his lack of lifespan, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Zishan Makoto thought to himself, just his Transformation Path method is already so powerful, as expected of someone like Bo Qing. I should let him have a taste of this move first. Thinking of this, Zishan Makoto's body suddenly stopped. He agilely changed his direction and flew upwards. At the same time, he flicked his fingers like he was plucking a string. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Endless purple starlight specks shot out from his fingertips, tearing through the sky and flying towards Duke Long. These starlight specks were dazzling. Not only were they extremely fast, they even left behind trails of light that were tens of feet long in the sky. It was very beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these small purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his offensive methods to face them. But the purple starlight specks were very agile. They directly dodged and passed through the gaps in Duke Long's attacks, attacking Duke Long again. Duke Long saw this and praised inwardly. As expected of a wisdom path cultivator, most of his immortal killer moves are flexible and changeable, especially this move. It can be said to be outstanding among them. In this aspect, I cannot compare to him. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had many thoughts. They were most skilled at manipulating immortal killer moves and making complex attacks with many variations. Why should I waste time on him? Playing to my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses is a wise move. Duke Long did not care about these purple starlight specks. He relied on his powerful defense to charge forward amidst the starlight specks. Seeing this, Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He finally fell for my trap. It turned out that his killer move had another layer of profundity. After coming into contact with any immortal killer move, it could transmit some trivial information to Zishan Makoto's mind. Countless fragmented pieces of information continuously merged together to form the profundity of the opponent's immortal killer move. As long as he gathered enough information, Zishan Makoto could counter Duke Long's defensive methods and counterattack. Duke Long chose to counterattack after confirming the extent of the purple starlight speck's offense. This was no doubt what Zishan Makoto wanted. Zishan Makoto felt a headache towards Duke Long's defenses. Gathering information needed time. Zishan Makoto used another immortal killer move. He pushed with both palms. A large amount of clouds and mist appeared, blocking Duke Long's advance. Duke Long's dragon pupils shined with sharp light. He took a few glances and immediately saw the effect of this immortal killer move. He laughed out loud and directly charged into the light purple mist. In an instant, he could not distinguish north from south. He completely lost his sense of direction. Duke Long stopped and floated on the spot. He opened his mouth and let out a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar resounded in all directions. The light purple mist continued to disperse until it dissipated. Duke Long saw Zishan Makoto again. He was still retreating, trying to pull apart the distance between him and Duke Long. Duke Long smiled and suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. "Eat my fist!" Duke Long shouted and punched with his right fist without any fancy moves. This was not an immortal killer move. In such a short period of time, Duke Long still needed to concentrate and maintain his defensive killer moves, so he did not use any other immortal killer moves. However, with the strength of his current physical body, this ordinary straight punch was still very lethal. Bam! Zishan Makoto could not dodge in time and was hit by Duke Long's punch, but his chest that was hit shone with profound light. It did not cause much damage to him. Zishan Makoto naturally had outstanding defensive methods. After Duke Long's punch landed, Zishan Makoto was unscathed. He even used the force of this punch to retreat rapidly. But at the next moment, Duke Long appeared beside Zishan Makoto again and punched. Bam! The same scene happened again, but Duke Long persevered. No matter how far Zishan Makoto flew, he seemed to be able to teleport over and punch Zishan Makoto. Duke Long's punches were like a tidal wave, unceasing. Fist shadows flew all over the place and enveloped Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was like a rubber ball that was sent flying by Duke Long. He could only take the beating passively. Zishan Makoto's body continued to shine with mystical lights, resisting Duke Long's punches. Duke Long's punches soon became no longer simple. Chaotic Dragon Fist. An immortal killer move was activated, but the effect was not good. Duke Long thought, "My Chaotic Dragon Fist can cause chaos in the opponent's mind once it hits them. My punches are unceasing. The opponent's thoughts are often chaotic, and they can only take the beating passively. But if it's used on him, it won't work at all." At Duke Long's level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Duke Long's transformation path killer moves had the effect of Wisdom Path. But when used on a Wisdom Path Gu immortal like Zishan Makoto, it was like displaying one's slight skill before an expert. When Duke Long dealt with other enemies, he could often use Chaotic Dragon Fist to beat them to death. But against Zishan Makoto, he could only gain the upper hand. While Duke Long was probing Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path attainment, Zishan Makoto was also analyzing Duke Long. Even though he was taking the beating, his mind was calm as ice. He did not show any signs of panic. Wisdom Path had three main points: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Zishan Makoto naturally had methods to get rid of some negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement technique is clearly an immortal killer move that allows him to teleport continuously. His dragon eyes are also activating another immortal killer move at all times. Its investigative ability is very strong. Chapter 1372. At the next moment, Zishan Makoto suddenly snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was activated. Purple light quickly spread to the surrounding thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure stopped. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Zishan Makoto. I was seen through. His reaction is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals are as troublesome as ever. Duke Long stopped attacking, sighing internally. His movement killer move was activated based on the Dragon Roar earlier. He could use his killer move to teleport to the places that the Dragon Roar had once covered. Of course, this had a time limit. Zishan Makoto saw through this. He quickly used Wisdom Path methods to simulate the effect of Sound Path, purifying the surrounding environment. Duke Long's movement skill had no use now. It lost its effect. In that case, let's try this move. Duke Long floated in the air. His mouth slightly opened. Two of his teeth suddenly fell off, and they expanded rapidly with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the two teeth turned into snow-white dragon teeth that resembled scimitars. Duke Long breathed in deeply. After preparing for a few breaths of time, he suddenly activated an immortal killer move. Spiraling Dragon Teeth. Two snow-white dragon teeth shot out rapidly. Their speed greatly surpassed Zishan Makoto. They quickly caught up. The dragon teeth were like scimitars. They continuously moved around Zishan Makoto. Every time they slashed, a dazzling light would appear on Zishan Makoto's body. You want to use this method to restrain me? Dragon teeth are solid. They are different from ordinary killer moves. Zishan Makoto immediately felt the pressure increasing. The dragon teeth's attack power was no small matter. Zishan Makoto quickly realized that he had to unravel this immortal killer move as soon as possible. Lord Z has already used his old techniques, but he's still gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Duke Law. As Ing Wuxie flew, he paid attention to the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. His view was very good. In such a complicated battle environment, he could actually see the battle of two rank 8 Gu Immortals. So far, both sides were still probing each other. It was obvious that Duke Long was stronger than Zishan Makoto. In terms of combat power, Duke Long was comparable to Bo Qing, while Zishan Makoto was naturally weaker, even though the latter was at the peak of rank 8 battle strength. Lord Z's strength will continue to weaken, because he has to constantly use immortal killer moves to create incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open dream realms. This process required him to continuously divide his own soul. It was extremely painful. Ing Wuxie was deeply worried. Zishan Makoto was not Duke Long's match to begin with, and now he had to continuously create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. When Zishan Makoto's methods were discovered by Duke Long, Zishan Makoto would be defeated. Quick, 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 Ing Wuxie urged himself. He naturally would not tell Fang Yuan about this. Even though both sides wanted to cooperate, they had not signed any information path alliance agreement. Ing Wuxie still did not trust Fang Yuan. But to sign an alliance agreement, not to mention that the current situation did not allow it, even if the situation allowed it, Fang Yuan would not dare to sign it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. Because of the huge enemy, the Celestial Court, they had no choice but to cooperate. Found it, southeast of you. There is a cocoon of light that is about to form. Quickly go there. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Ing Wuxie took a look and hesitated. If he followed Fang Yuan's directions, he would have to go deep into Southern Border's Righteous Path territory. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals there. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap to lure him? Ing Wuxie's hesitation was unavoidable. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you earlier. Fang Yuan's words could be heard again, as if he knew Ing Wuxie's thoughts. Ing Wuxie had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he soon thought, maybe Fang Yuan does not want me to die, but wants to capture me alive? To capture me alive, he would need to make some arrangements. There might be a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there. But this time, Ing Wuxie shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to take a gamble. At this moment, he had to take the gamble. Following the direction Fang Yuan pointed, he flew towards it. Soon, he encountered a Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortal. Oh no! Ing Wuxie's heart jumped. That Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortal also discovered him. But just as he was about to pounce on Ing Wuxie, His expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he flew away with a strange expression, opening a path. How can this be? Ing Wuxie was shocked. This was the second time. Could it be that he was also Fang Yuan's man? But if he was, his expression did not seem right. It was very strange, like he was unwilling, but also somewhat angry. Ing Wuxie became more confused as he thought about it. He continued to move forward. Third, fourth. He encountered two more southern border righteous path Gu immortals, but they both retreated on their own. This was naturally the result of Fang Yuan's manipulation. He used the reason of looking at the big picture to mobilize the southern border righteous path Gu immortals. The reason was very simple. For example, that place needs you more. A friend from a certain place is in danger. If you don't go, he will die. And don't bother with this mere rank 6 immortal zombie. I have already arranged for people to deal with him. All these reasons allowed Ing Wuxie's advance to be extremely smooth. No one could have expected that Wu Yihai would collude with Shadow Sect. Who among the southern border righteous path Gu immortals could have thought of this? At this moment, the Celestial Court had not publicly announced Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Ing Wuxie got closer to his destination. There is a cocoon of light forming here? The rank 7 expert Yi Hei Ting suddenly had an unexpected discovery. Lightning burst out of his body, bringing him towards the cocoon of light. Stop! Ing Wuxie, who had just arrived, saw this and shouted anxiously. Yi Hei Ting was also curious. Who was this? He actually got so deep into this place. Ing Wuxie's shout did not disturb him. He was already very close to the cocoon of light. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, Yi Hei Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported into the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai. I was about to. Yi Hei Ting reacted and shouted. This was simply a useless teammate. He was about to succeed. I know, but there is a place that needs your battle strength. Don't worry. I noticed that cocoon of light and the enemy long ago. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted Yi Hei Ting's words. Yi Hei Ting wanted to speak again, but his vision changed again. This time, he was teleported to another place. This Wu Yihai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn just because he is controlling the Gu formation? Yi Hei Ting was very unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not teleport him away. Beside him, there was a southern border Gu immortal who was about to be killed by Fairy Miao Yin. Yi Hei Ting quickly joined the battle, throwing his displeasure towards Fang Yuan to the back of his mind. Ing Wuxie felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that Yi Hei Ting was going to attack the cocoon of light, he had almost lost all hope. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden. It was a pleasant surprise. Ing Wuxie was a little dazed. When he reacted, he used an information path Gu worm to contact Fang Yuan, shouting, You are actually controlling the Super Gu formation. What is your identity now? Fang Yuan knew that he could not hide it now. He exposed it. What other identity can I have? The current Wu Yihai is me. Ing Wuxie heard this and his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too shocking. When did it happen, and what method did Fang Yuan use to infiltrate to this extent? After accepting this reality, Ing Wuxie came to a realization. No wonder these southern border righteous path Gu immortals took the initiative to retreat. And their expressions, Ing Wuxie felt it was quite funny. But soon, Ing Wuxie's heart jumped again. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream. He has been hiding here for so long without anyone discovering him. He must be plotting something. There must be a huge gain. So close. If not for Lord Zi's meticulous planning and catching the righteous path off guard, with Fang Yuan here, it would have been a huge problem for our Shadow Sect. Ing Wuxie's emotions continued to change. Aftershock, realization, and palpitation. He finally arrived in front of the cocoon of light. This aura. This is rank 7 cocoon of light. Ing Wuxie was excited. How can I be wrong with my choice? Why aren't you taking action? Fang Yuan smiled. Ing Wuxie nodded, immediately activating an immortal killer move. This killer move took effect quickly, in an instant. The cocoon of light that had yet to form stabilized and condensed. Ing Wuxie's soul and Gu worms entered the cocoon of light, and his rank 6 immortal zombie body was directly abandoned. The cocoon of light broke. Rank 7 Ing Wuxia appeared. Don't resist. I will send you on your way. Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Ing Wuxia obeyed. At the next moment, Ing Wuxia was teleported far away. He saw Duke Long and Zishan Makoto fighting intensely. Without hesitation, Ing Wuxia activated his trump card. Immortal Killer Move. Lead Soul into Dream. Ugh. Duke Long's expression changed. In an instant, he fell into his own dream. At once, he lost control of the outside world. Zishan Makoto was stunned. What's going on? Is this a scheme? But soon, he received Ing Wuxia's transmission. I am here, Lord Z. I am now a rank 7 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Good. Zishan Makoto was overjoyed. His plan was finally activated. There were some twists and turns in the process. I was able to exchange for the immortal body with Fang Yuan's help. He is currently using Wu Yihai's identity to control Southern Border's Super Gu formation. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with bright light. Good. Send my information path Gu Worm to him. I need to talk to him directly. Chapter 1373. Duke Long entered Dream. After obtaining the rank 7 immortal body, he burst out with immense strength. He changed the situation of the rank 8 Gu Immortals with one move. Duke Long fell into a dream realm, unable to get out. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this chance to retaliate fiercely. Rumble, explosions could be heard continuously, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless moving dragon-shaped tattoos on his skin. Such a powerful defensive killer move. Zishan Makoto could not do anything to Duke Long at this moment. Like Zishan Makoto, Duke Long had many defensive methods, among which were many outstanding killer moves. These killer moves were similar to Bai Chan Tian's Proudwood Armor killer move. This killer move would turn into Dao marks and be engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. Normally, it would remain hidden, but once it was attacked, the killer move would activate on its own. It did not require the Gu Immortal's thoughts to control it. It only required the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was also a top-tier killer move, created by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was even more outstanding than Bai Chen Tian's Wood Armor, Duke Long, and Zishan Makoto's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment was not only self-contained, it could be used at all times. And most importantly, it did not expend any immortal essence. A killer move that could be activated continuously without using any immortal essence. This was thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's supreme method. In the eyes of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, Fang Yuan, and the others, it was unimaginable. They could not decipher its profundity. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of white light rotated as they landed on Zishan Makoto's body. It was the spiraling Dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long used earlier. After 2 rays of light, these 2 dragon fangs returned, but they still circled around Zishan Makoto, waiting for a chance to attack again. This killer move does not need a Gu Immortal to control it? How troublesome. Zishan Makoto frowned slightly. Fortunately, I've been activating the Purple Thought Insight Spiritual Starlight all this time. Zishan Makoto shouted, and countless starlight rays shot out from the pores all over his body. Starlight flew out, circling around Duke Long and shooting at him. When the starlight landed on Duke Long's body, it was destroyed by the layers of defense on his body. But then, a series of information was instilled into Zishan Makoto's mind. Quick, kill him, Ing Wuxia shouted in his heart as he watched the battle from afar. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was also paying close attention to Zishan Makoto's battle. How stubborn. Fallen Demon Dao. You are beyond redemption. Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation again. Fang Yuan helped Ing Wuxia and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter the dream. Fairy Myrtle saw all of this. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are gravely mistaken. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle laughed lightly. I have to thank you for activating the Super Gu formation several times, allowing me to see through many principles of the Gu formation. Don't you feel that this Super Gu formation is gradually losing control of you? The corrosion is indeed increasing, but you don't need to bluff. Fong Yuan sneered. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Huh? Although you came with great momentum this time, your true battle strength is only at this level, right? Fong Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. In fact, as long as we send another rank 8 Gu immortal like you, we can sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower has not sent one yet. On the contrary, you have to secretly infiltrate the Super Gu formation from the back. Duke Long will also have to personally participate in the battle. Even if you know my true identity, you did not publicize it and let it be exposed. Other than not having any evidence, your plan is to borrow Southern Border's Righteous Path strength to deal with Shadow Sect together, right? Of course, there is another reason. Even if my identity is exposed, Southern Border's Righteous Path will be convinced, but this Super Gu formation is still in my hands. This crucial point will not change because of my exposure. You infiltrated the Super Gu formation because you want to control this huge bargaining chip. All of this shows that your celestial cord is all bark and no bite. You do not have many powerful rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Myrtle became silent. She could not help but recall a scene from many days ago. Back then, she was researching Star Constellation chessboard. This immortal Gu house had always been kept in Celestial Court's treasury. Only after Duke Long woke up did he have the authority to take it out and let Fairy Myrtle use it. During the process of using it, Fairy Myrtle could feel the supreme profundity of this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house is indeed worthy of being a Wisdom Path immortal Gu house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It can actually increase my deduction ability by several times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle had a look of yearning and admiration. Her Wisdom Path deduction ability was very powerful to begin with. Suddenly increasing by several times, it almost gave Fairy Myrtle the illusion that she had ascended to the current era. Unfortunately, even though my deduction ability is strong, I still need crucial clues. There are too few clues, it is hard to deduce. Fairy Myrtle's expression dimmed slightly. She thought of not long ago, when the Central Continent Gu Immortals were chased by old ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. Because of Longevity Heaven's methods, they concealed the clues. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce the location of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Thus, without knowing the direction and location of the reinforcements, it was hard to send them. Then, she thought of Fong Yuan. All along, the Celestial Court had been trying to kill this person, but they had always lacked crucial clues. When making deductions, because Fong Yuan had defensive methods, he could hold on for some time and give timely warnings. Thus, Fong Yuan's whereabouts were not in the Celestial Court's control. Fairy Myrtle sighed faintly. Right at this time, Star Constellation chessboard in her hand started to devour her immortal essence. It started to move on its own. Providence burst out of Star Constellation chessboard. It floated in the air and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle was very shocked. Star Constellation chessboard had always been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession, even though she had died long ago. The reason why Fairy Myrtle could use this immortal Gu house was because she had borrowed it. Ziwei, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has descended. Are you not going to greet her? Duke Long arrived in time, appearing behind Fairy Myrtle. But this is Providence. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Fairy Myrtle could naturally see the essence of this will. Of course it is Providence. But you are too young. You do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already assimilated with Providence. Even though her immortal body is gone, her will has always been lingering in the 5 regions of heaven and earth. She is already one with heaven and earth. Duke Long's words were shocking. He did not stop there. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dazed. She was extremely shocked. In this case, doesn't that mean Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has eternal life? If Providence is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, doesn't that mean the whole world is standing on the Celestial Court side? But Duke Long shook his head and sighed. It should be said that the Celestial Court is standing on Providence's side. After assimilating with Providence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer the original her. This is a great sacrifice. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to change Providence for the sake of humanity. Since then, Providence has been manifested in star constellation Immortal Venerable's form, but it is still Providence in essence. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She immediately understood. In the past, star constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself for the sake of humanity and assimilated with Providence. The essence of Providence did not change, but star constellation Immortal Venerable changed some things. For example, the appearance of Providence, or maybe there was also a trace of humanistic care towards the celestial court. This might be the reason why the celestial court followed Providence's path all the way until now, even after so many years. The great era is coming. The 5 regions will merge into one. Fate has already reached a crucial juncture. The will of the stars spoke as he stretched out his right hand. Providence flew out of his right hand and floated in the air, turning into the image of a southern border super Gu formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to begin. The result of this battle will influence the whole world. Spectral Soul is already extremely weak. Shadow Sect's remnant forces have gathered here. There is also Feng Yuan. He is impersonating Wu Yihai and is hiding in Southern Border's righteous path. These are a group of people who defy fate. They are the source of chaos. If we get rid of them, we can repair Fate Immortal Gu better. However, this time, the Celestial Court will only allow the 2 of you to fight. The will of the stars spoke slowly. Why? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. The foundation of the Celestial Court was very deep. They had discovered the Battle of Etion Mountain too late. The rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court were not enough to turn the situation around. Now that they received the reminder from the will of the stars, they had plenty of time. The Celestial Court had a lot of time to prepare. The Celestial Court could gather more forces and suppress them. But the will of the stars told Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long that only the 2 of them were allowed to fight. This is something that is destined to happen. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, the change in fate has greatly weakened. Fate Immortal Gu has recovered. Fate has regained control of the universe. The 2 of you will definitely win this time. Do not disturb the existence of the Celestial Court and the hibernation of the Gu Immortals. They have more important uses. The foundation of the Celestial Court cannot be reduced, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. Do not use the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sections. Make sure to preserve their lives. In the next 10 years, the Celestial Court needs more rank 8 Gu Immortals to hibernate. Remember this. Remember this. The will of the stars explained a lot. Fairy Myrtle obtained a lot of information, but these made her even more puzzled. She found that even though she was a member of the Celestial Court, she knew too little about the Celestial Court. Although this colossus had an extremely deep foundation, it was not like she had imagined. It could do whatever it wanted. Chapter 1374. The Celestial Court had some misgivings, but the will of the stars did not clearly tell them what these misgivings were. After the will of the stars spoke, it dissipated into the air. Ziwei, don't look at me like that. Although I have a long lifespan, the secrets I know are not as many as you think. To tell you the truth, this is the 2nd time in my life that I have seen the will of the stars descend on their own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued. We need to believe in the will of the stars and do as it says. We will definitely win this time. This is destined. Duke Long's unwavering emotions affected Fairy Myrtle. Afterwards, the Celestial Court acted according to the instructions of the will of the stars. Duke Long and the rest did not go against it at all. Heaven Overseeing Tower was obstructed several times by Zishan Makoto while traveling in White Heaven. It carried Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and many Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects to participate in this crucial battle. Feng Yuan's analysis was not wrong. Even though Feng Yuan could not understand why the Celestial Court did not send more Gu Immortals, this did not hinder him from seeing through the details of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan made the decision to use the Super Gu formation to help Ing Wu Xie, thus affecting the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. Using Jewel Yellow Skies, Feng Yuan successfully obtained an information path Gu Worm from Ing Wu Xie. This information path Gu Worm could directly communicate with Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan helping Wu Xie gain the trust of the Shadow Sect. Otherwise, how could he have gotten this Gu Worm? This Gu Worm had a close connection with Zishan Makoto. With it, it was equivalent to grasping a key clue, and it would be easier to deduce Zishan Makoto's whereabouts. Therefore, this kind of thing had always been kept strictly. Because of this special situation, Zishan Makoto handed the information path Gu Worm to Fang Yuan. If it were any other time, both sides would have to establish an information path alliance. The moment he obtained the information path Gu Worm, Zishan Makoto contacted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you. Zishan Makoto is a good name. Thank you for giving me this name. I like it very much. Fang Yuan himself did not expect that the lie he had used to deceive Tai by Yunsheng would become reality one day. Zishan Makoto had very experienced interpersonal skills. This opening speech eliminated the estrangement between him and Fang Yuan, greatly pulling their relationship closer. Fang Yuan smiled. Then I will call you Zishan Makoto. You have already received my sincerity. Our cooperation is not just a one-sided investment. Now, it is time for you to express your sincerity. Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long fiercely while replying. All right, what do you want? He knew that the strength Fang Yuan possessed was crucial in the current situation, so he did not hesitate. Fang Yuan immediately said, Heavenly crystals. I need large amounts of heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals were too difficult to obtain. Although they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they were very rare and the quantity was very small, completely unable to satisfy Fang Yuan's needs. But Shadow Sect had them. Fang Yuan did not doubt this. Although Shadow Sect was in ruins and suffered great losses, they did not lack resources. Fang Yuan could clearly sense this from his repeated pursuit of Wu Xie and the others. As expected, Zishan Makoto immediately agreed. Sure, I do have large amounts of heavenly crystals. I can give them to you to express my sincerity. You want heavenly crystals to mature the upper extreme heavenly eagle, right? Your idea is very reliable. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be used casually. But even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle matures into a true immemorial desolate beast, it will not be under your control. I know your enslavement path methods very well, but don't worry. I still have a method for you to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Zishan Makoto's words made Fang Yuan overjoyed and inwardly praised Zishan Makoto's prowess. Zishan Makoto was very magnanimous, directly giving up heavenly crystals in exchange for Fang Yuan's support without hesitation. He was in a passive position, thus he said the latter part, using the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to entice Fang Yuan. This was turning from defense to offense, taking the initiative from passivity. As expected of a rank 8 wisdom path Gu Immortal, his words were filled with wisdom, making Fang Yuan feel the scent of a formidable opponent. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, It is not impossible to add another method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But right now, there is something more important to do. He said this as if he really had a method to control the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. This made Zishan Makoto feel that he did not have much bargaining chips. Zishan Makoto laughed. What is more important? It is to stop the battle between our two sides. Fang Yuan said. This matter was beneficial to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, but it was not beneficial to Celestial Court. Immediately, Zishan Makoto ordered to recall the remaining Gu Immortals of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan also ordered. Even though the southern border Gu Immortals did not understand, because of Fang Yihai's identity and the fact that he controlled the Gu formation, they chose to obey. Both sides started to retreat, separating from each other. Shadow Sect suffered more losses, only Wu Xie, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and some others were left. Southern Border's Righteous Path suffered losses, but it was not a big deal. They still had quite a large force. However, Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies continued to break out of their cocoons. Their forces continued to grow while the dream realms continued to disappear. This situation was the most disadvantageous to Celestial Court. The difference in strength between both sides is starting to shrink. How will Celestial Court deal with this? Fang Yuan paid attention to Celestial Court's movements. Duke Long continued to sleep, while Fairy Myrtle accelerated her invasion of the Super Goo formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still fighting with Zhuyi Hui. Boom! Zhuyi Hui jumped up, waving its left claw and slamming Heaven Overseeing Tower to the ground. Heaven Overseeing Tower flickered with pure white light. It was not damaged. Zhuyi Hui opened its mouth and spat out a Grey Knight killer move. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. The two killer moves collided. Grey Knight dissipated in the white light. Zhuyi Hui's bones were broken. It was sent flying far away. But almost at the next moment, it used an immortal killer move. All of its damage disappeared. Returning to its peak state, Zhuyi Hui growled again. It attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with hatred and anger. A sigh came from Heaven Overseeing Tower, and then it rose into the sky. Zhuyi Hui also had a flying killer move. It flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The Central Continent Goo Immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it! This immemorial desolate beast has thick skin and flesh. It can use killer moves. Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot do anything to it in the short term. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was plotted against. He fell into a dream realm and is attacked by that rank 8 demon. Get out. We need to send reinforcements to reinforce Lord Duke Long. If this continues, it will not be good. But before Lord Duke Long left, he instructed us to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and not move around alone. That was then, and this is now. We have rank 8 Goo Immortals too, and Lord Duke Long is in danger. He has lost control of the situation. If we do not send reinforcements, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After some discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked fiercely, forcing Zhuyi Hui back temporarily, creating a chance. Two Central Continent Goo Immortals used this chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rushing towards Duke Long, ha ha ha, two rats came out. Zhuyi Hui laughed, its eyes shining with a ruthless light. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The two Central Continent Goo Immortals' bodies froze, like they had encountered a natural enemy. An immense sense of danger engulfed them. They could not control themselves. Crack! Zhuyi Hui slammed its mouth shut. It was clearly far away from the two Central Continent Goo Immortals, but when it bit, it felt like it was biting these two Central Continent Goo Immortals. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the two Central Continent Goo Immortals were bleeding profusely. There were terrifying wounds all over their bodies. Their organs were pierced by sharp weapons. Their bodies were completely mutilated. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Zhuyi Hui has human intelligence. It knows how to avoid the enemy's weakness. Quick, bring these two back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them. Thankfully, the two Central Continent rank 8s had powerful methods to save themselves. They barely escaped with their lives. They were not eaten by Zhuyi Hui. After surviving, the Central Continent Goo Immortals realized how terrifying Zhuyi Hui was. As expected of the legendary immemorial desolate beast, reckless savage. How can we save Lord Duke Long now? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we get sent into a dream realm and lose Heaven Overseeing Tower, can we bear the responsibility? Right when the Central Continent Goo Immortals were at their wits' end, Duke Long was in the greatest danger in history. Zishan Makoto's killer move finally took effect. He broke through Duke Long's defensive methods. Get rid of them. Zishan Makoto flew to Duke Long's side, breathing out a mouthful of purple chi. This mystical aura enveloped Duke Long's body, breaking apart the layers of defenses on his body. Immortal killer move, while unraveling. Die. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with purple light. He used a killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Zishan Makoto flew out of the dust cloud, while Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How did he escape so quickly? Ing Wu Xie was shocked. He quickly used Lead Soul into dream again. Zishan Makoto felt something amiss. Duke Long's awakening was too much of a coincidence. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Duke Long vanished instantly. Ing Wu Xie suffered the backlash of the killer move. He had actually fallen into a dream. This move seems to be called lead soul into dream. It is a good move indeed. Unfortunately, if I had more time, I would have been able to understand its profundity. Duke Long spoke slowly. Zishan Makoto's vigilant expression was reflected in his cold dragon eyes. Duke Long continued, "As for you, if you only have these methods, you will not be able to take my next move, because this was created by primordial origin immortal Venerable." Chapter 1375. After Duke Long said this, his aura suddenly changed. He had just repelled Zishan Makoto, and also causing Wu Xie's lead soul into dream to fail. His aura was shocking. He was like a giant dragon that was charging into the sky. But now, his aura was starting to fall bit by bit. It was not appropriate to say that it was falling. Instead, it was tamping down and condensing. His majestic aura was becoming more and more condensed. After a few breaths of time, Duke Long's aura was completely restrained. His entire being was like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and unfathomable. Zishan Makoto was on high alert. In his senses, Duke Long in this state was far more dangerous than Duke Long with his earth-shattering aura. Roar! Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Next, his entire body vanished on the spot. Oh no! Zishan Makoto's heart sank. Duke Long was using the same trick. He had once used this method to move towards Zishan Makoto and use Chaotic Dragon Fist to suppress Zishan Makoto. If it were an ordinary Gua mortal, even if they saw through Duke Long's plan, they might not be able to react in time. But Zishan Makoto was different. He cultivated Wisdom Path and could think very quickly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Zishan Makoto had already finished thinking and made a response. In the previous fight, Zishan Makoto had seen through the profundity of Duke Long's teleportation. He used the same trick now and purified the surrounding dragon roar. Sure enough, at the next moment, Duke Long's teleportation ended, and he reappeared in front of Zishan Makoto. But this time, he did not succeed in getting close. He was still several hundred steps away from Zishan Makoto. But for Duke Long, this distance was enough. Human Chi return. He shouted and waved at Zishan Makoto. His gesture of welcoming was ordinary and unremarkable, as if a friend was casually greeting him. However, Zishan Makoto was hit hard in an instant. A large amount of human energy gushed out from his body and rushed uncontrollably towards Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and quickly disappeared. With such a huge loss of popularity, Zishan Makoto's eye sockets immediately sunk. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, and his originally bright purple hair became dull and dull. A feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart filled Zishan Makoto's entire body. In the depth of Zishan Makoto's eyes, a light of fear flashed. When he heard Duke Long shout, he immediately thought of a famous Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Reversion. This killer move was created by primordial origin immortal Venerable. It had two well-known characteristics. The first was that it was very hard to practice. This killer move was extremely complex. The goo worms were huge in scale, and there were so many steps to activate them that even Wisdom Path Gua mortals would feel dizzy. The second characteristic was that there was a huge risk. Because the killer move itself was very complex, if the Gua mortal made a slight mistake when activating it, it would result in failure and backlash, harming the user. If the killer move was activated successfully and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Reversion's destructive power was extremely terrifying. This had to be explained from Immortal Ascension. When mortals ascended to Immortal, they focused on the three Chi: Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. The Goo Master continued to cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, accumulating Human Chi in the process. When they ascended to Immortal, the Goo Master would absorb Heaven and Earth Chi, fusing the three Chi into one. The Goo Master would adjust it meticulously before using their vital goo to detonate and create an immortal aperture. The more Human Chi the Goo Master had, the more Heaven and Earth Chi they could fuse. The immortal aperture that they created would be of a higher grade. Normally speaking, having one of the 10 extreme physiques meant having dense Human Chi, far surpassing mortals. Or the Goo Master's own accumulation, no matter what path it was. As long as they had Grandmaster attainment level, they would have dense human qi. After forming an immortal aperture, be it cultivating or managing the immortal aperture, the Gu immortal would need to balance the three qi. Heaven qi, earth qi, human qi, none of them could be lacking, or the balance would be lost. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained a secluded domain of heaven and earth like reverse flow river, the sovereign immortal aperture's heaven and earth qi was greatly depleted. He had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish the deficiency and maintain the balance of the three qi. Regarding the three qi, no matter which Gu immortal, even venerables, could not be careless. The 5 regions in the world had slight differences in heaven and earth qi. Gu immortals who were not born and raised here would often cause damage to their immortal aperture if they absorbed the heaven and earth qi of other regions. Even though they could replenish it temporarily, it could only be used in emergencies. Once it was used many times, it would not work. Gu immortals who died in other regions could also form blessed lands. For example, in the Battle of Luopa Valley, many central continent Gu immortals died in battle. Their immortal apertures formed blessed lands in northern plains. But because they absorbed the heaven and earth qi of other regions, the blessed land's foundation and resources would be greatly damaged. After saying so much, he wanted to say, heaven, earth, and human qi were very important to the immortal aperture and the Gu immortal. Any slight difference would cause severe damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, triple qi retraction, was created to target this point. It directly attacked the immortal aperture's foundation. It was a combination of consecutive moves and variant moves. Thus, the Gu immortal who used this killer move needed to have very high technique. Triple qi retraction had 3 styles. First style, human qi retraction. After the target is hit, their human qi would be greatly affected, their foundation would be greatly reduced. Of course, if there was no human qi, like desolate beasts, this move would have no effect. Second style, earth qi retraction. If they were hit, the earth qi in the Gu immortal's immortal aperture would be extracted crazily. The earth qi would be severely damaged, the balance of the 3 qi would be completely lost, and the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. Third style, heaven qi retraction. This was extracting heaven qi. After being hit by 3 moves, the immortal aperture would collapse instantly. Zishan Makoto retreated rapidly. He was already hit by human qi retraction. If he was hit by earth qi retraction as well, the disadvantage would be unbearable. Towards this move, even though Zishan Makoto knew its origin, this was the first time he was facing it. He could not break it in a short period of time. Because this move was very complex, the more complex an immortal killer move was, the more difficult it was to activate, but it was also harder for the enemy to break it. You can't generalize everything. Everything has its pros and cons. Since Zishan Makoto could not break it, he could only use his methods. His figure instantly split into many different forms. At once, he turned into hundreds of Zishan Makoto, spreading out and flying around. At the same time, his main body turned invisible, vanishing. Even though triple qi retraction was very powerful, if it could not hit its target, it would lose its effect. However, Duke Long was not moved. Zishan Makoto's response was within his expectations. Immediately, he sneered. His voice was not loud, but it spread to the whole battlefield. Too late, Zishan Makoto. You were hit by my human qi retraction. You will not be able to dodge my next 2 moves. You can only endure it. Come, earth qi retraction. Duke Long paused for a moment before summoning again. What he said was not a bluff. Duke Long was clearly not waving in the right direction. Duke Long did not deliberately investigate. He did not know where Zishan Makoto's main body was. But Zishan Makoto was still hit instantly. Zishan Makoto was moved. A vast amount of earth qi surged out of his immortal aperture like a surging river, surging into Duke Long's palm before being absorbed and vanishing. Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture was heavily damaged. Its foundation was completely destroyed. The balance of 3 qi was already lost. The immortal aperture would collapse in a few breaths of time. At this time, Zishan Makoto had no choice but to make a choice. That was to place the aperture. Directly place the aperture here. This way, he could absorb heaven and earth qi and restore the balance of 3 qi. But Zishan Makoto immediately chose to give up on this choice. This was a terrible solution, because once Zishan Makoto placed the aperture, his main body would appear in his immortal aperture. It was like leaving the battlefield temporarily. He would lose his initiative. And most importantly, the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture could only absorb heaven and earth chi when the door was opened. This was a necessary channel of communication. But outside, there was still Duke Long eyeing him. If the immortal aperture's door was opened and Duke Long charged in, he could casually cause terrifying damage to the immortal aperture. And he could fight and retreat at will. Zishan Makoto would be trapped in his immortal aperture. Even if I place the aperture and restore the earth chi, my balance of 3 chi has already been lost, because there is too little human chi. And to restore human chi, I do not have the corresponding human path method. Only by purchasing large numbers of humans or variant humans can I do it. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Zishan Makoto's mind. In a short period of time, he made a decision. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his abdomen. Next, his palm shined with a strange purple light as it rose inch by inch. His palm left his abdomen. Along with this action, his immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He soon thought of Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis also had a move, that was to use fire path methods to take away other people's immortal apertures. This move had once left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Why would Zishan Makoto use such a method? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled, but soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a member of Zombie Alliance. He Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Zishan Makoto to have such a method. Furthermore, in the world, when cultivated to a high level, one could comprehend by analogy and achieve the same goal through different means. Zishan Makoto's move was clearly a wisdom path method. He might have invented it himself, or it might not be related to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Zishan Makoto resolutely took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's door opened and started to absorb earth chi. But the hope of this grotto heaven saving itself was very slim. Even if the earth chi was balanced, there was too little human chi. Chapter 1376. Zishan Makoto lost his immortal aperture. He also lost his cultivation foundation. Without an immortal aperture to manage, his future was bleak. Ignoring the future, just the present, his immortal aperture left his body, and he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he stored most of his goo worms and immortal essence in his body, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. But there was no other way. Once Heaven Chi was extracted, Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture would collapse and form winds of assimilation. It would be even more dangerous. He might even lose his life. Triple Chi retraction was simply too powerful. It directly attacked a Gu Immortal's foundation. Even the great Zishan Makoto was forced to give up his immortal aperture. It was like a martial arts expert who cultivated iron sand palm cutting off his own arms. Fang Yuan was watching the battle. He was also shocked at this scene. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who managed to become Venerable ones. When it came to the 10 existences, anything could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables' formless hands were like this. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield was like this. And Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Triple Chi retraction was also like this. What do I do? Fang Yuan thought about how to change the situation. He could not think of anything. The only thing he could do was rejoice. Rejoice that not long ago, Zishan Makoto had given him all the heavenly crystals. While controlling the Super Goo formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion, Fang Yuan also started to mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals this time, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Thus, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle grew to immemorial level, it would not starve to death like last time. As expected of Duke Law, Zishan Makoto praised Duke Long in admiration. Duke Long was simply too strong. He had quasi-rank 9 strength. He could directly crush ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Only a peak rank 8 like Zishan Makoto, one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main split souls, who had cultivated for 100,000 years and had such accumulations, had the qualifications to fight him. But after dozens of rounds, when Duke Long's probing ended and he realized that Zishan Makoto did not have any methods to counter him, he immediately used his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi Retraction was very powerful, but once such a powerful killer move was countered, the Gua mortal who used it would be in a terrible state. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on his own head. Thus, any Gua mortal would be wary of this killer move. Just like how Fang Yuan would rather mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than risk using the countercurrent protection seal. This battle can be considered as me bullying the strong. For a person like you, if you weren't a person who gave out random orders, perhaps we could still have a pleasant conversation. In this vast world, there are simply too few people who can catch my eye. However, I believe that in the near future, the entire world will become colorful and exciting, and I will be the person who will start this grand era. Duke Long sighed as he chased after Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto fought and retreated. He was at a complete disadvantage. He was hit by the first two styles of Triple Chi Retraction. His strength fell greatly. He was not Duke Long's match to begin with. Now he was even worse off. Duke Long's attacks were relentless. He was almost above Zishan Makoto in all aspects. Zishan Makoto could only hold on bitterly. He had no choice but to stop activating the killer move to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Ing Wuxie was still trapped in the dream realm. The other Gua mortals could only watch without being able to help. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His mood was very heavy. He quickly looked around the battlefield. Duke Long had a huge advantage. Zishan Makoto could no longer be counted on. Right now, he could only attack his weakness to alleviate the situation. However, Duke Long had already expected this when he mobilized his troops. The battle strength that he split out were all tough to deal with. Not mentioning Duke Long himself, Fairy Myrtle had Star Constellation Chessboard. Heaven Overseeing Tower was also a solid block. Zui Hui's attacks could only damage its edges. No matter how many southern border righteous path Gua mortals there were, they could not interfere in a battle of this level. Oh no, this is not good. Once Zishan Makoto loses, the situation will tilt towards Celestial Court. By then, there is little hope of me retreating. Should I retreat now? Let's take a gamble. Let's see if Celestial Court has already thought of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. This was a difficult decision. But right at this time, the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long changed again. One of the doors to a blessed land suddenly opened, and an enormous army of soul beasts charged out from within. Zishan Makoto relied on these soul beasts to block Duke Long's attacks. He quickly retreated towards the blessed land. This is Shadow Sect's blessed land. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he saw this, emitting a piercing light. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's blessed land was moved here by Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's blessed land contained the door of life and death. Spectral soul charged out from it and resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. He unleashed his might and slaughtered Celestial Court's Gua mortals. He destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower and refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's efforts failed. The fruits of their labor were seized by Fang Yuan. Dream realms spread everywhere. Shadow Sect's blessed land had to close its entrance and guard it tightly. Zishan Makoto led Shadow Sect to attack this place. He spent most of his time activating killer moves to condense dream realms and refine pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He worked hard silently, unknowingly. He had already connected to the blessed land. The dream realms here were all gone. Thus, Shadow Sect's blessed land could open its entrance again. There were countless soul beasts hidden in the door of life and death. Zishan Makoto mobilized them to attack Duke Long. These soul beasts were of a shocking scale. Desolate beasts were everywhere. There was no lack of ancient desolate beasts. Even the aura of immemorial soul beasts could be vaguely seen. The soul beast army disregarded the sacrifices. They launched a suicidal attack on Duke Long. Zishan Makoto used the Soul Beast Army's cover to pass through the Immortal Aperture's entrance, retreating into Shadow Sect's blessed land. The appearance of the Soul Beast Army did not turn the situation around, but it gave Zishan Makoto a chance to catch his breath. Fang Yuan, Quickly release your upper extreme heavenly eagle. What are you waiting for if not now? At the same time, Zishan Makoto continued to communicate with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered. This was already Zishan Makoto's 50th time urging. Ever since he was struck by the Chi Path Killer move, he had been urging Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan did not listen. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was his final trump card. Even if he could not control it, it was good to release it to create chaos. How could he release it just like Zishan Makoto wanted? Charge in. This blessed land is the Shadow Sect's headquarters. Feng Yuan thought to himself. He wanted Duke Long to charge in and fight to the death with Shadow Sect. He also wanted the Shadow Sect's blessed land to be filled with traps that could cause huge trouble for Duke Long. But Duke Long did not chase after them. He stopped in his tracks. Feng Yuan was disappointed. Zishan Makoto was even more flustered. Duke Long's lips curled up for the first time. He showed a smile of understanding. He suddenly turned around and charged towards a certain direction at lightning speed. You are finally willing to come out? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He shouted and attacked. Chi current shot out and turned into a giant claw that grabbed at a certain part of the Soul Beast army. I am discovered. Zishan Makoto felt like he had fallen into an ice cave at this moment. From the Soul Beast army, a human-shaped soul suddenly appeared. He attacked Duke Long without dodging. Boom. Even the powerful Duke Long was sent flying, but that human-shaped soul remained unmoved. Ha ha. Duke Long coughed out blood but laughed loudly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you are truly extremely weak. Damn it. Zishan Makoto quickly rushed out to reinforce him. Panic appeared on his face for the first time. Feng Yuan finally understood everything. He came to a realization. The Shadow Sect is truly sinister. Zishan Makoto refined a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems like he wants Spectral Soul's main body to escape, but this is just a pretense. His true intention is to release the Soul Beast army for Spectral Soul to devour to strengthen himself. Spectral Soul had a supreme method to devour souls. Only then could he recover his strength. He might even be able to help Zishan Makoto kill Duke Long. But all of this was predicted by Duke Long. Duke Long used this chance when Spectral Soul's main body was extremely weak to attack. Zishan Makoto had no choice but to reinforce him. Too late. Duke Long laughed as he waved his hand. Dragon claw marks tore through space, forcing Zishan Makoto to retreat. Duke Long attacked Spectral Soul's main body again. Chi currents surged like dragons, coiling around Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body was extremely strong. He could be considered a quasi-rank 9 immemorial soul beast. He could even use goo worms and the immortal essence he left behind in his life. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul only had a trace of his remnant soul left. Even this remnant soul was constantly being worn down by the dream realms. The human-shaped soul roared again and again, resisting Duke Long's methods forcefully. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined with intense battle intent. You still want to resist me? Oh, Spectral Soul, if you were a rank 9 when you were alive, I would definitely retreat. I would escape as far as I could. But now, you only have this remnant soul left. Your goo worms and immortal essence are not with you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will tell you the truth. This time, I am here to capture you alive. I will imprison you in the celestial court. I will let the world know of the authority and supreme glory of my celestial court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling as Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long like a madman. Duke Long easily defended against the latter's attacks as he looked at the human-shaped soul with a burning gaze. He said proudly, still struggling pointlessly? Back then, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now, surrender yourself. As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body could not resist Duke Long's methods. He was trapped in a cage made of countless chi currents. Chapter 1377. Seeing this, Feng Yuan could not help but stare with wide eyes. Rank 9 Venerables had unparalleled prestige. They were like blood that flowed in the hearts of every goo master and goo immortal. But now, Feng Yuan saw Spectral Soul's outcome. He was actually captured by a rank 8 goo immortal. What is the origin of this Duke Long? He is so strong. However, thinking about it, spectral soul demon Venerable died long ago. Only his soul was left. If his soul was at its peak, Duke Long would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, spectral soul resisted the tribulations and forcefully refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu without caring about the sacrifices. Even though he succeeded and destroyed heaven overseeing tower, I took away the fruits of victory. Shadow Sect was left with only a few people. While Zombie Alliance was wiped out, their losses were huge. And his soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul during the Battle of Etion Mountain. He fell into a dream realm. After being corroded by the dream realm for such a long time, it is truly unimaginable that he could survive until now. Fang Yuan imagined himself, if his soul was thrown into such a huge dream realm, it would be corroded and corroded by the dream realm. Without using any dream path killer moves, Fang Yuan would probably only be able to last for a few days. Even though spectral soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul, his quality was shocking. He managed to survive for such a long time. Even now, he still had the strength to struggle. It was not strange that Duke Long could capture spectral soul's main body. In terms of strength, Duke Long was indeed the strongest, while spectral soul was the weakest. Spectral soul's era was finally over. He had once slaughtered the world, spreading his demonic might throughout the 5 regions and 2 heavens, causing chaos in the world. When he was alive, he was invincible in the world. He had the strongest voice in the world. He had the highest stature. But time flowed like water. He still died in the end. After his death, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared, greatly eliminating spectral soul demon Venerable's influence in the world. He brought peace and prosperity to the world. Even in death, spectral soul was not resigned to his failure. He established the Shadow Sect and the Zombie Alliance in an attempt to defy the heavens again. Sword Immortal Boching was his first attempt. Unfortunately, in the end, he only managed to obtain the title of Pseudo-Immortal Venerable. His corpse sank to the bottom of the heavenly river. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was his second attempt, but heaven and earth schemed against him. His 100,000 years of hard work was snatched away by Fang Yuan. Etion Mountain's defeat caused spectral soul to suffer a huge loss. His foundation was almost depleted. However, with the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, they still managed to stir up a lot of trouble. Until now, spectral soul had finally failed. He was captured by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Duke Long. The great era is coming. Old antiques like, you should just obediently watch from the sidelines. Spectre, this is no longer your era. Duke Long sighed as he grabbed with his hand. Air currents surged and wrapped around spectral soul, stuffing him into his phantom aperture. Ah dash! Zishan Makoto looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes red. Seeing that spectral soul's main body was trapped, he almost lost his rationality. Even his main body was trapped, there was no hope left. It was a huge loss. But Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu Immortal after all. He forcibly resisted the urge to fight to the death with Duke Long. That was abandoning himself to despair. He breathed in deeply and started to retreat towards the depths of the Shadow Sect blessed land. Run? Where do you think you can run to? Duke Long stood in the sky. His dragon eyes looked at Zishan Makoto's figure with a cold expression. The immortal aperture entrance of the Shadow Sect blessed land closed. The Soul Beast army did not charge out. They stayed back to defend. Duke Long smiled proudly. He turned around and looked at the Super Gu formation. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was progressing well, he aimed at the location of the Shadow Sect blessed land and activated an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate had a grand appearance. There were 2 huge red pillars on both sides. There was a huge dragon coiling around each pillar. The dragon claws were locked onto the pillars. It was firm like a mountain. There were shining dragon scales. The dragon body was strong. The dragon body coiled around the pillars, all the way to the top of the pillars. Then, the upper bodies of the 2 dragons faced each other. Their eyes looked at each other. Their mouths opened. There was a dragon pearl in the middle. It was like a small sun. It was dazzling. It formed the scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The dragon gate opened. The interior of the Shadow Sect blessed land was revealed. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could actually forcefully open the Blessed Land. Duke Long laughed loudly. He stepped in. The Dragon Gate closed and vanished. The intense battle and slaughter in the Blessed Land could not be heard. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But it was obvious that after Duke Long entered the Shadow Sect Blessed Land, it would not be peaceful. So many soul beasts would charge at him without fear of death. What do we do? The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they found that they had no opponents left. Zishan Makoto and Duke Long were trapped in the Shadow Sect Blessed Land. Bai Ningbing, He Lulon, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest were all reality-seeker physique bodies. They hid in dream realms. The only ones moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Many soul beasts rampaged in the battlefield. A portion of them were trapped in dream realms. Unable to extricate themselves, they were soon eliminated by the dream realms. Most soul beasts saw the danger of the dream realms. Because of their survival instincts, they started to scatter. Soul beasts hunted all life forms with souls, and through devouring them, they could strengthen themselves. The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals soon became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to attack. Wu Hai, quickly send us into the Gu formation. The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals requested. They had no intention of leaving. Because right now, the Shadow Sect was defeated, the Celestial Court had a high chance of winning. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals subconsciously thought that the Celestial Court was on their side. After all, they were both Righteous Path. One was Central Continent's Righteous Path, the other was Southern Border's Righteous Path. Of course, there was an even more important psychological factor that affected their judgment. That was the dream realm. Even though this dream realm was in a mess, in the eyes of the Southern Border Gu immortals, it was their resources, it was theirs. Moreover, they had personally witnessed the battle between Duke Long and Zishan Makoto, as well as Spectral Soul's main body. They finally saw the truth of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Regarding the huge secret of a rank 9 Venerable, there might even be a huge fortuitous encounter. Who would want to leave? This was Southern Border's Super Gu formation, and the reinforcements of the various clans were rushing here. As for Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhuyi Hui, they were fighting to the death. Neither could do anything to the other. Fang Yuan ordered, "Everyone, work harder and kill these soul beasts. The clan's reinforcements are getting closer." These soul beasts were sent here by the enemy. Killing them is like cutting off an arm of the enemy. If we let these soul beasts leave, it will cause chaos. This is the matter of our righteous path. Even though these words were reasonable, many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals did not buy it. Aren't reinforcements coming? Let them do it. That's right. I am very tired. I need to rest. Even if I am not injured, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I need to conserve my battle strength and not use it casually. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I told you to go. So go. Stop talking nonsense. The Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals scolded loudly, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He was doing something very exciting. That was to ask for help from Wu Clan. Quick! It is still dangerous here. The situation is very complicated. Quickly send the Gu worms I want through Jewel Yellow Skies. Don't worry, I will bear all the expenses. Why do I need Bloodline Immortal Gu? I need it urgently. I need to join the Gu formation and increase the Super Gu formation's power. Borrowing so many Immortal Gu at once is making things difficult for you? What are you troubled about? It is not like I have never borrowed them before. What? Borrowing Immortal Gu from Wu Clan's treasury requires Lord Clan Leader's approval? Fang Yuan immediately contacted Wu Yong. Elder brother, please lend me a hand. Wu Yong was controlling the Immortal Gu house to quickly rush over. Hearing his brother's call, he immediately replied, What happened? What help do you need? You should know about the situation, brother. I am in control of the Super Gu formation now. This is the best opportunity. It will allow our Wu clan to truly control this resource point and suppress the other clans. It is a chance to get rid of our previous predicament. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Wu Yong thought about it. This battlefield was not sealed. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals could use information path methods to communicate with their clans and ask for reinforcements. On Wu clan's side, only Feng Yuan was here, as well as Wu Liao and Chao clan's Gu immortals. Thus, all the reinforcements were aware of the situation in this battlefield. Wu Yong was no exception. Wu Yong naturally knew that Feng Yuan had replaced Qi Gu A and created the Super Gu formation at the crucial moment. When he first heard about it, he was quite surprised. He did not expect his brother to have such a powerful formation path attainment. But Wu Yong soon understood. The reason? Because before this, Feng Yuan had competed with Qi Shang in formation path. Because Fairy Qiao Si Lu was involved, it caused a huge commotion in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment was shocking, but with this foundation, it was not hard for Southern Border's Gu immortals to accept it. If Wu Yihai's identity was that of a Gu immortal born in Southern Border, it would definitely cause suspicion. The good thing was, Wu Yihai had ascended in Eastern Sea. Southern Border's Gu immortals did not know much about him. This gave Feng Yuan ample room to perform. Wu Yong heard Feng Yuan say, "Name restriction Immortal Gu can be used to reinforce the Super Gu formation and benefit Wu clan." He hesitated. But this hesitation of his was not mixed with any suspicion. He believed in Feng Yuan. He had never suspected that Wu Yihai was an impostor. What he was hesitating about was whether Feng Yuan's plan was reliable. How likely was it to succeed? If it was not, and the plan failed, what would happen to Wu clan's future political situation? These were all things that Wu Yong had to consider. As a leader, he had to look far ahead. He could not only look at the present. Chapter 1378. Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to go with Feng Yuan's intentions. This was an opportunity. It was a good opportunity for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been staying in Wu clan for some time, resisting the various clans' problems. These days were quite stifling. He did not want to continue living like this. Moreover, he understood that as long as he, a rank 8 Gu immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have a foundation in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. It would not be too bad. Lend. If Feng Yuan wanted to borrow reputation restriction Immortal Gu, he would lend it to him. Bloodline Immortal Gu? He would also lend it to him. But this support was not due to numbness. Wu Yong and all of Wu clan's Gu immortals had to listen to Feng Yuan's reason for borrowing Gu. Any unreasonable reason would be rejected and refuted. Such seriousness and caution had long since become a tradition of the various superpowers. Because Immortal Gu were unique, any Immortal Gu, even if it was rank 6, would directly increase the foundation of any super force. Immortal Gu could not be easily borrowed. It was not easy for Feng Yuan to come up with a suitable reason in such a short time. But in the end, he still borrowed 6 Immortal Gu. 6 Immortal Gu is enough. Do you have enough Immortal Essence to use anymore? Wu Yong tactfully rejected Feng Yuan's request again. 6 Immortal Gu were on one person. The risk was too high. It was not that Wu clan was suspicious of Feng Yuan's identity, but if anything happened to Wu Yihai, these Immortal Gu would be lost. It would be a huge blow to Wu clan's foundation. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Everyone knew this. Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Sigh. Brother, you are right. I do not have much Red Date Immortal Essence left. Brother, quickly lend me some Immortal Yuan stones. I need to replenish my Immortal Essence quickly. He took advantage of the situation to earn another sum. This time, Wu Yong did not hesitate. He directly approved. An emperor does not need hungry soldiers. Without Immortal Essence, Immortal Gu were useless no matter how many they had. After lending so many Immortal Gu, he had to make use of these Immortal Gu, right? Thus, Feng Yuan directly obtained 100,000 Immortal Yuan stones. The Wu clan was indeed worthy of being a great faction. It was evident that the Wu clan had a huge business. Use it sparingly. These Immortal Yuan stones and Immortal Gu are all lent to you. You need to be extremely careful. Wu Yong took good care of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan quickly agreed. The Immortal Gu and Immortal Yuan stone were quickly transported to Feng Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Treasure Emperor Heaven was in an uproar. Once Feng Yuan obtained it, he started to absorb Immortal Yuan stone and convert it into Immortal Essence at the same time. He threw the 6 immortal goo into reverse flow river. Suppressed them all. Once this battle ended, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be lost. Just one sentence from the Celestial Court would raise enough suspicions. Fang Yuan could not endure continuous investigations. As long as soul-searching methods or immortal apertures were used, Fang Yuan would be exposed. Thus, before escaping, he had to make a huge profit. It is a pity that I did not borrow an immortal goo house. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. After deceiving the entire Wu clan, he still wanted more. For a super force, an immortal goo house was much more important than an immortal goo. They could not lend it to Fang Yuan. Like the atomic bombs on Earth, the weapons of a nation could not be lent to others. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong, holding the highest authority in Wu clan and possessing an immortal goo house, no one would say anything. Like how Heiqing borrowed the immortal goo house Dark Prison, that was because He tribe's 4 supreme elders had repercussions from cultivating Green City Rampage. They could only stay together and could not leave by themselves. Under such circumstances, He Cheng held the highest authority in He tribe. When Fang Yuan wanted to borrow an immortal goo house, Wu Yong's first thought was, "My brother wants to borrow an immortal goo house. If he does not return it after this battle, he will use the power of the immortal goo house and Qiao clan's help to resist me. What will I do?" Furthermore, the immortal goo house could not be transported completely through jewel yellow skies. Immortal goo houses were goo formations. Nobody could arrange goo formations or prepare killer moves in jewel yellow skies. Thus, to transport an immortal goo house, it had to be split up. Splitting up was easy, but forming it was hard. Immortal goo houses were the crystallization of formation path. To construct an immortal goo house, even if one knew the method and the correct steps, the formation path goo immortal needed to focus and work hard. If one was careless, the construction would fail. This was the same logic as setting up a goo formation. Not only would the goo immortal suffer backlash, the goo formation and immortal goo house would also suffer the same. The risk was too high. Lending so many immortal goo and immortal yuan stone to Fang Yuan was already Wu clan's limit. And this was because Fang Yuan was Wu Yong's brother. He had also contributed a lot to Wu clan. If not for Frosty Peak, Moon Bowl, and Mount Snail, Fang Yuan would not have been able to borrow so many immortal goo. Fang Yuan wanted to reap the benefits. He wanted Shadow Sect and Celestial Court to fight to the death while he reaped the benefits in the end. No matter how hard he tried, things did not go according to plan. Celestial Court's Duke Long's strength was beyond his imagination. Shadow Sect's defeat and Celestial Court's victory were basically confirmed. Even Spectral Soul's main body had fallen. If Shadow Sect had any trump cards, they would have used them already. Speaking of which, Shadow Sect's foundation was quite deep. Unfortunately, in the Battle of Etion Mountain, in order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, they suffered huge losses. The blow was too heavy, they could not recover from it. The few remaining survivors were still being chased by Fang Yuan. They could not develop smoothly. But I captured the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and obtained a large number of heavenly crystals. The upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature them. This time, I cheated 6 more immortal goo and 100,000 immortal yuan stone. This kind of harvest is actually quite huge. Fang Yuan was good at gaining benefits. Since the start of the battle, he had not fought to the death. He did not put in much effort, but his gains were shocking. It is a pity that Dark Limit Immortal Goo is trapped inside. I cannot take it out now. Once the goo formation collapses, I will have to face Fairy Myrtle. There is another problem, that is Wu Clan's alliance agreement. I joined Wu Clan and signed the alliance agreement. There is also Life Tablet Goo and Soul Lantern Goo. They are placed in Wu Clan's ancestral hall. Especially the latter problem. It gave Fang Yuan a huge headache. Thus, he cheated 6 immortal goo to deal with this problem. In the future, if Wu Clan used this information path relationship to harm Fang Yuan would at least still have Wu Clan's immortal goo. From this, he had the capital to negotiate with Wu Clan. An outstanding chess player had to calculate the next 3 moves before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield, he was already thinking about the future. Demonic path people are truly sinister and crafty. They are greedy beyond compare. Even before death, they do not forget to harm others. O Fang Yuan, your sins are so heavy. You will die today. Give up any thoughts of escaping, because against me, you have no hope of escaping." At this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded from the Super Goo formation. Fairy Myrtle definitely knew that Wu Clan was using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport Immortal Goo and Immortal Yuan Stone. There was no helping it. Jewel Yellow Skies was like this. It was an open market. Any transaction could be exposed. How could Celestial Court not pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies? How could they not investigate it? Fang Yuan sneered. "This is the result of your Celestial Court not exposing me in time. It seems that you do not have any crucial evidence. Actually, even if you have such evidence, so what? Will Wu Clan believe it? Will Southern Borders Goo Immortal World believe it? They will only believe in things that they can prove themselves. These righteous path forces have always been like this. They will link everything to conspiracies and politics." Fairy Myrtle was silent. She did not speak. She understood that Fang Yuan had already fallen to the demonic path. He had a firm will that could not be shaken by words. Fairy Myrtle chose not to do pointless things. It would save her energy. Immediately, her speed of corroding the Super Goo formation increased. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He knew the situation was not good. At this speed, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle matured, it would not be able to catch up. The Super Goo formation would collapse prematurely. He now had the information path Immortal Goo, Reputation Ring. His plan was to use this Immortal Goo to control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in this method. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, it had rank 8 Goo Immortal Battle Strength, while Reputation Reign Immortal Goo was only rank 7. The only thing that gave Fang Yuan some hope was that he had enough fame. He hoped that he could use this to make name Reign Immortal Goo display extraordinary power. In the worst case, he could only release the uncontrollable upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to create chaos and escape. Right now, the battlefield was divided into 4 parts. The first and most crucial part was the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. They were fighting in Shadow Sect's blessed land. The current situation was unknown, but Duke Long had the upper hand. He had a high chance of winning. The second part was the battle between Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhua Yihui. Neither could do anything to the other. Right now, both were injured. Even with Zhua Yihui's strong recovery ability, it was covered in injuries. Meanwhile, Heaven Overseeing Tower's edges had collapsed. It was no longer as glorious as before. The third part was the battle between Southern Borders Righteous Path Goo Immortals and Soul Beasts. There was nothing to write home about. The fourth part was the battle between Fang Yuan and Fairy Myrtle over the Super Goo formation. This battlefield was the most secretive. Even the Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals were kept in the dark. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the outcome was already set. Celestial Court was sure to win. In this situation, he could only escape. His plan to take advantage of the chaos had failed. But this old demon, Fang Yuan, even if he failed, his gains were huge. Now, it will depend on whether I can escape or not. Just as Fang Yuan was working hard on this matter, he received Zishan Makoto's information. "Fang Yuan, is our cooperation still going on?" Fang Yuan's heart jumped. "Of course it can. Hee, very good. I was not wrong about you after all. I want to give you everything I have. My Immortal Goo, my killer moves, my knowledge. And you do not need to bear any responsibilities or obligations." Ing Wu Xie, He Lulon, White Rabbit, Miaoyin, Sixth Hair, they will all listen to you. From today onwards, you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Note, asking for a guaranteed monthly vote. I forgot to mention it yesterday. Everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. Chapter 1379. Make me the leader of Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was shocked. Unbelievable. He had never expected such a scene to occur. Shadow Sect and I are mortal enemies. I even seized Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Why is Zishan Makoto doing this? What scheme is he plotting? All sorts of thoughts flashed and surged in Fang Yuan's mind. Zishan Makoto, what is the meaning of this? Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking. Zishan Makoto said, He, Fang Yuan, don't be suspicious. I am not plotting anything. Because I am about to die in battle. Spectral Soul's main body has already been captured. Since Duke Long has made a move, he will not let me off. The great era is coming. Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court wants to be the ruler of the 5 regions and rule over the whole of humanity. The Celestial Court will not let you off, because you are not Zhao Lianyun. You are a complete otherworldly demon. You have the sovereign immortal aperture and the luck path true inheritance. You do not belong to this world. You are a person who messes with fate, a person who defies fate. You are the greatest variable in this world. You are the target that the Celestial Court must eliminate. If you do not eliminate the Celestial Court will eliminate you. My Shadow Sect once wanted to defy the heavenly Tao and become venerable again. The Celestial Court was the greatest obstacle. But my Shadow Sect failed. Instead of using my things to benefit the enemy, I might as well give them to you. Ha ha ha. Zishan Makoto said this and laughed loudly. Feng Yuan thought to himself, even at death's door, you still want to make life difficult for the enemy? This is human nature, it is reasonable. But I still need to test it. Thinking about this, he asked Zishan Makoto, you once said that the sovereign immortal physique has a major drawback. What is this drawback? Zishan Makoto chuckled. I'm afraid you've noticed this drawback, haven't you? It was not difficult for it to guess. It was food. Your paragon immortal body is not produced by the human clan. Although it is also a body of flesh and blood, its origin is different. In essence, it was still a rank 9 immortal goo. Since it is a rank 9 immortal goo, it needs to be fed. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I guessed this long ago. I want to ask, what does sovereign immortal fetus goo eat? Zishan Makoto laughed. Can't you guess what we're going to eat? It was nothing more than a test of my sincerity. Then I'll tell you. Zishan Makoto gave the answer. After hearing it, Feng Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Like he expected, sovereign immortal fetus goo's food was the answer he had guessed earlier. In that case, we are in big trouble. However, Zishan Makoto actually told me directly, he seems to be sincere. Within the Shadow Sect's blessed land, countless soul beasts formed an army. They were grand and mighty, like a tsunami. They surged towards Duke Long. Duke Long was surrounded by the army. His body was smaller than any of the soul beasts, but he had terrifying battle strength. The soul beasts came one after another. No matter how many there were, no matter how high their cultivation level was, they all fell to Duke Long. Duke Long waved his claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, a clear claw mark appeared. It almost pierced through space. Wherever it went, the soul beasts along the way were torn apart. They could not resist at all. Among these dead soul beasts, there were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But under Duke Long's claws, they were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. A bunch of trash. No matter how many of you come, it is useless. Duke Long floated in the air. His body was as straight as a mountain. The dragon horns on his forehead were sinister. His dragon eyes flickered with a cold light. With him as the center, there was not a single living being within a few thousand steps of him. A vast number of soul beast corpses were piled up here. Zishan Makoto was already hidden among the soul beast army. He was nowhere to be seen. Duke Long was attacked by the soul beast army for so long, but he was not injured at all. He was expressionless. His gaze slowly landed on a certain spot on the ground. There, the door of life and death was wide open. Countless soul beasts were pouring out of the door endlessly. Soul beasts had the instinct to seek luck and avoid danger. But the door of life and death was a place that Spectral Soul had guarded for many years. He had already turned it into his base. These soul beasts in the door of life and death were definitely affected by Spectral Soul's methods. All in all, they were incomparably loyal to the Shadow Sect. They listened to Zishan Makoto's orders and launched a hopeless counterattack against Duke Long. Door of life and death. Duke Long pondered. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was unique in the world. It was also one of Duke Long's goals in this trip. After I subdue the door of life and death, when Fate Immortal Goo is completely repaired, all living beings in the world will have their souls enter the door of life and death after they die. At that time, the Celestial Court will have such a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Its rule will be extremely stable. To Duke Long, once he used powerful methods like triple chi retraction, the blessed land of the shadow sect would be very fragile. But at this moment, to not destroy the door of life and death, Duke Long decided to use another method. Boom! Duke Long flew out like a flying dragon. He was extremely domineering. All the soul beasts in his path were sent flying by him. Next, they were cut into pieces by the endless chi currents. Little split soul, where do you think you can hide? Duke Long spoke as he slammed his hand down. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to show himself and resist with all his might. Both sides clashed. The chi current mountain lost most of its strength, while Zishan Makoto coughed out a large amount of blood. His body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Why are you still resisting so stubbornly? What hope do you still have? Duke Long snorted coldly. He charged over mercilessly with a berserk aura. Hope. Zishan Makoto knew that he had no chance of surviving this battle. This was the last moment he had left in this world. His gaze turned hazy. Over 100,000 years ago, 7 people broke free from the door of life and death. Huff. We finally walked out of the door of life and death. We revived. Only the 7 of us are left. Thankfully, Reverse Flow River is not here. Otherwise, how could we have reached this stage? Now that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is dead, let's go. Our main body has the hope of returning to rank 9. That year, Shadow Sect was established. The first split souls were called red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. That means, I am purple. Zishan Makoto looked at the water, at his own reflection. He looked far away. Let's start cultivating. We need strength. Many years later, rumble. With a loud sound, the goo formation crumbled. Dust flew everywhere. We got through it, as expected of Purple. You are really amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable's personal goo formation was destroyed by us. Huangda laughed. Huangda patted Purple's shoulder, asking, Purple, among us, you cultivate wisdom path. What is your wisdom path attainment level now? Great Grandmaster. Purple replied calmly. Huang's mouth opened wide. Heavens, you are the first great Grandmaster among us. Purple glanced at Huang. What's there to be surprised about? Don't forget, we are split souls of the main body. We each have a portion of the main body's cultivation experience. Huang nodded. That's true. What we should be happy about is this Limitless Demon Venerable true inheritance. If we pass Limitless Demon Venerable's final test, this true inheritance will be ours. That's right. This way, our hope of executing our plan has increased by a lot. Purple smiled lightly. Let's continue like this. We will continue to absorb true inheritances and resources. We will grow stronger and pave the way for our main body. Many years passed again. Providence. To think that it had such great power. Even Qing had been killed. What do we do? The higher our cultivation level, the stronger Shadow Sect's forces, the more Providence will target us. At this rate, we will be in big trouble. It is not hard to resolve Azure's matter. I have already thought of a way, that is to refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. As for Providence, I need to think of another way. Purple said this as he narrowed his eyes. Even though Azure is no longer captivated by love, his second Venerable Ascension attempt failed completely. What else can we do? How can we resist Providence? Purple went into closed-door cultivation, using all his strength to deduce a method. Finally, he deduced a method. Assimilate with Providence? I will temporarily become a part of Providence. Even though it is dangerous, it is not bad. We will be able to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle and learn about a portion of Providence's layout. But there is one thing I need to pay attention to. If I assimilate for a long time, I will be easily corroded by Providence and become a part of Providence. I need to think of a way to preserve my will. After a period of arduous deductions. I finally deduced it. I will call this method Purple Gold Rock Skin. Even though there is little hope of resisting Providence, there is still a trace of hope. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. Bright red blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. The world changed. No one knew how long it would take. The purple gold rock's skin shattered. Purple woke up from his slumber. Where is this? How long has it been? Purple was stunned as he looked at the unfamiliar environment. Most of the first generation of companions have died. There are only a few who are about the same as me, half dead. Sigh. The only fortunate thing is that Shadow Sect is doing well. Z let out a deep sigh and looked up at the sky. Providence. His gaze was deep and eerie. Grandpa, drink some water. One day, Purple woke up. He found a master and servant pair standing beside him. A young girl dressed in luxurious clothes, and a female servant with strong limbs. Third miss, don't care about this old beggar. Sigh, you are too kind. This old beggar is not a member of our village. Why do you care about his life and death? The female servant looked at Purple in disdain. Her goo master aura was overflowing. Chapter 1380. Zishan Makoto saw that his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. His old face was covered in dust. His limbs were thin and dirty. But soon, he looked at the goo master girl in front of him, thinking, is it her? The crucial person in the trajectory of fate. No, this feeling seems right but actually wrong. So it's not her, but her descendant. The goo master girl left behind some simple food before leaving with the servant girl. That night, Purple went to her and gave her a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a bit messy. It has wisdom path, transformation path, and even food path. I will call it Black Tiger's true inheritance for now. Sigh, I wonder if it will be effective. Can it continue influencing her? But there is still some hope, isn't it? Purple left silently. Northern Plains, inside a cave. He's here. Zishan Makoto called out in his mind. The young-looking Lady Wan Shou excitedly barged in. Seeing Zishan Makoto, her heart sank to rock bottom. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from collecting this true inheritance. Zishan Makoto's aura made Lady Wan Shou's heart palpitate. Zishan Makoto looked at her, thinking, this is the girl. He spoke, little girl, you are young but can cultivate to go immortal. You know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat. Very good. But I can't collect this true inheritance. I don't have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you. But after you inherit it, you need to let me look through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if you need help, you will need to use this information path goo worm to convey information to someone. Kill me or torture me. Do as you wish. But don't even think about making me beg for mercy. The female goo master collapsed on the ground. Her tone was firm. Purple smiled. Little girl, you are very interesting. You remind me of many things in the past. It is your fortune to have met me. Saying so, Purple stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the female goo master's forehead. This is a fire path true inheritance. I only gave you the upper half. It is enough for you to cultivate to rank 5 and become an expert among goo masters. As for the second half, I hid it somewhere in Northern Plains. In the future, if you have a chance to find the second half, you might be able to use it to ascend as an immortal. After saying that, Purple disappeared. Immortal ascension? This old beggar is crazy. Is he a goo immortal? The female goo master waited for a while before recovering. Bewildered, she quickly left the place. Purple stepped on the cloud layer. Watching the female goo master leave, he muttered, this girl is quite special. Not only does she have the taste of destiny, she is also being watched by Providence. I'm afraid one of her relatives will become a pawn of Providence in the future. He, young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first inheritance will allow you to bathe in fire and step on the flames, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance could allow one to control the wind and float in the air, allowing one to roam freely in the world. The third inheritance was to transcend life and death and help the common people. Which one will you choose? Tell me after thinking about it. The young Tai by Yunxing thought for a while. I choose the third one. Another source of hope. Sigh. It has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seed of hope I planted will accumulate more and more. It will be helpful to the main body's plan. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, shaking the entire blessed land. Duke Long breathed out dragon flames, directly hitting Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto cut off his own arm to block this fatal attack. He could only retreat. Duke Long grabbed the air again. Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still used goo worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. Do you know why you lost? He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto, like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duke Long in the sky. I'd like to hear the details. Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch. Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch. The incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing. That was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding. He had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. His vision was dark. He was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground. He did not chase. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right. This dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood Spectral Soul's condition and location. Oh, there is also that Feng Yuan. How ironic. If he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm. His soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to Providence. He tried to defy heaven's will. He deserves to die. He will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. During this period, countless soul beasts gathered again, forming a dense black mass that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. They charged towards Duke Long from the sky. Duke Long continued to walk. He did not even look at the wind above him. He only raised his left arm and clenched his fist lightly. Rumble. The atmosphere exploded. In an instant, countless soul beasts were torn into pieces. Duke Long was indeed a quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path concurrently. Right now, he was using Chi Path methods. The Soul Beast army was as weak as paper toys in front of him. He walked forward with large strides. His body was strong and his hair fluttered in the wind. Walking in front of Zishan Makoto, Duke Long stood still and looked down at Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was sprawled on the ground. His arms were trembling. He was trying his best to support his upper body. He wanted to stand up. He still wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly. He saw Zishan Makoto finally using all his strength to slowly stand up, standing in front of him. But Zishan Makoto's injuries were too severe. He did not have the ability to continue fighting. He could not even support this simple action of standing up. But just as he was about to fall, Duke Long reached out and grabbed Zishan Makoto's neck. Public Duke Long used his iron pincer-like hand to lift Purple Mountain True Monarch up slightly, lifting his feet off the ground. How does it feel to have your hopes destroyed? The outcome of trying to defy heaven is this pitiful. Even the soul of a venerable is the same. Duke Long sneered. Zishan Makoto struggled to hold onto Duke Long's arm. Cough, cough, cough. I, indeed, have no hope. But that doesn't mean that others don't have hope. Duke Long's expression changed slightly. His sharp dragon eyes quickly looked at Zishan Makoto's body. No wonder you are so weak. So you sent away a portion of your immortal goo. You still refuse to give up? Since you cannot succeed, what can the remaining Shadow Sect members do? Zishan Makoto's face was purplish red. He could barely breathe or speak. He could only mumble in his heart. This person is different. Fang Yuan, you are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best candidate to resist fate. You are also the greatest chess piece that Providence chose to deal with my Shadow Sect. Now, you have already escaped from Providence's control. I assimilated with Providence. I have been sowing hope and influencing fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Just like what Duke Long said, I have unknowingly become Providence's chess piece. The process of me assimilating with Providence is also the process of Providence assimilating me. I have no hope left. But you, Fang Yuan, are my greatest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the final juncture of my life. I am really looking forward to it. You, who possesses the entire inheritance of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go and turn the world upside down, Fang Yuan. These inner roars were all transmitted into Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sighed. A man is about to die. He finally no longer had any doubts. I understand your intentions, although we were once enemies. I will take over this mess. I am willing to become the master of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Zishan Makoto's eyelids drooped weakly. His hands were tightly entwined with Duke Long's, but his movements were frozen, still strangling Duke Long's arm. In a fighting posture. At this moment, Zishan Makoto died in battle. His unkempt purple hair was no longer dazzling and shiny. The journey of 100,000 years had come to an end at this moment. This life that had been fighting ceaselessly had stopped its footsteps. Although he had failed and lost his life, in his final moments, he still sowed hope. He died full of expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why there was still a smile on his lips before he died. It was 100,000 years of vicissitudes in the human world, half awake and half insane. Chapter 1381. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life. He had turned into a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted coldly. His cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, but he secretly sent away most of them. The remaining goo worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the Celestial Court. Duke Long let go. The worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared. A large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear. There is no end to them. They are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it, since ancient times, when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed fate would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, in the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long, unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Zui Hui or Mao Li Qiu. He would treat them with respect. Spectral soul has been captured. His greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate. He could freely enter blessed lands and grotto heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's blessed land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire blessed land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's blessed land going to self-destruct? It's really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the blessed land was destroyed. If the blessed land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. Roar! Roar! The soul beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect blessed land, we can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete. They still had flaws. Even though they had dream path downmarks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase them, the Super Gu formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Zishan Makoto by expending his own soul from the cocoon of light. In terms of status, they were still split souls of the Shadow Sect, the clones of spectral soul demon Venerable in the world. But their battle strength could not be counted on. Zishan Makoto had only given them some mortal goo. As for their thoughts and foundation, they were completely different from Zishan Makoto. They were like completely new individuals. We greet the new leader of the Shadow Sect. After seeing Feng Yuan, they immediately paid their respects. Before Zishan Makoto died, he had arranged everything. He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, and Black Tigress also came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Feng Yuan, these people's expressions were quite interesting. I am Miao Yin, greet Lord Sect Leader. Fairy Miao Yin was the first to speak. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border like Qiao Si Lu. Her voice was extremely soft. Her eyes were alluring. Her clothes were pink. Her figure was alluring. Her eyes were more sunken than normal people. Her nose bridge was high. Her eyes were mesmerizing. Lord Sect Leader, Black Tigress also said. Her expression was stiff, because not long ago, she had attacked Feng Yuan, attempting to take Feng Yuan's life. She did not expect the changes in fate to be so miraculous. In just a short while, Feng Yuan had become her leader. He Lulan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. He Lulan greets Lord Sect Leader. She had cooperated with Feng Yuan before. They had also been enemies. She had even been saved by Feng Yuan. She had even made use of her period, blazing heaven demonis, to cheat Feng Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, due to a strange combination of factors, she had to join the Shadow Sect, setting up an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Precisely because of this, when Feng Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect, he could decide whether He Lulan's life or death. He Lulan had to lower her head. To think that there would be a day when I would cooperate with you. Bai Ningbing, however, was unique. She crossed her arms, her dragon eyes shining with cold light as she stared at Feng Yuan, speaking with a sigh. Speaking of which, her relationship with Feng Yuan had deepened. Ever since Qingmao Mountain, they had traveled together. Until now, both sides had their own fortuitous encounters, they had met again, and now, they were even working together again. It was truly fate's joke. As for Ing Wu Xie, he was still in the dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at these Gu immortals. Towards these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan only glanced at them. These Gu immortals had a limited lifespan. Once the time was up, they would self-destruct. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter the time limit. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the true members of the Shadow Sect, there were only these 5 that Fang Yuan valued: Ing Wu Xie, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hair, a spy planted in Langya blessed land by the Shadow Sect. He could barely be considered the 6th member. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one for Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress became members of the Shadow Sect because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's will. He had a high degree of control over these 2. Ing Wu Xie and Sixth Hair were split souls of the Shadow Sect. Since Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect, even they had to admit this. But as for Fang Yuan's future orders, whether they would obey or actively carry them out, it would depend on Fang Yuan's methods. Among them, Bai Ning Bing was the most difficult Gu immortal to control. She had made an agreement with the Shadow Sect. Both sides were equal. When Zishan Makoto was alive, Bai Ning Bing did not even bother speaking to him, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of the Shadow Sect. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Next, he said, "Hey Lulan, take over my control of the Super Gu formation. I want to save Ing Wu Xie." He had been controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion. He could not divert his attention to use more complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5 of them. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan successfully saved Ing Wu Xie, freeing him from the dream realm. However, even though Ing Wu Xie woke up, he was not in a good state. His eyes were lifeless. He had no fighting spirit or fighting spirit. He was lying on the ground, as if his spine had been pulled out. He had been thoroughly dealt a heavy blow. Spectral Soul's main body was captured. Zishan Makoto died. All of Ing Wu Xie's hopes were destroyed. He felt that there was no path ahead. He was in complete darkness. There was no light at all. Ever since he was born, the only thing that had motivated him and pushed him forward was the goal of saving his main body. But now, this goal was completely destroyed. Ing Wu Xie lost all of his fighting spirit. Even though he is a split soul of Spectral Soul, he is still too young. Without Zishan Makoto's experiences, how long has it been since the Battle of Etion Mountain? Fang Yuan understood. He urged, "Where are the inheritances that Zishan Makoto sent into your immortal aperture? Hand them over." Even though Ing Wu Xie was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. A lump of purple will flew out. The will contained a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as a group of immortal goo, floating in the air. Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan took a step back, showing a vigilant expression. Even though Zishan Makoto only had a will left, he still had immortal essence and goo worms. He was still a threat. The purple will condensed into Zishan Makoto's appearance. He did not harm Fang Yuan. He followed the agreement and handed all of his immortal essence and goo worms to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he handed them over in person. Fang Yuan successfully refined the immortal goo. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Before this, even though he could communicate with Zishan Makoto directly, that was all. He could not let Zishan Makoto directly send the inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zishan Makoto sent these inheritances to Ing Wu Xie before Fang Yuan took them out. Of course, even though Zishan Makoto did not ask anything of Fang Yuan could sense his intention. Zishan Makoto wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan did not save them, there would be no harm. To think that my gains this time are so much greater than I expected. After obtaining these inheritances, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. In his original plan, his goal was to exterminate the Shadow Sect and eliminate the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. If he was lucky and performed exceptionally well, he might be able to capture the remnant soul of Spectral Soul's main body. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have much hope for this. Chapter 1382. After all, the other party was the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 Venerable, one of the top 10 cultivators in history. It would be a joke if he could be soul-searched so easily. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, who cultivated Space Path, could create killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment that could be used at any time without using any immortal essence. Even if Spectral Soul's main body did not have immortal essence or goo worms, he was not easy to deal with. When Zishan Makoto gave all of his inheritance to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains were far beyond his expectations. Zishan Makoto wants me to save these people. But he did not say this out loud. Is he afraid that I will be suspicious and refuse to accept the gifts? He really put in a lot of effort. But if I use these people well, they will become my helpers. They are already at their wits' end. They are my natural allies. Heh, I will take all of you away. Fang Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. Even for people who had just transmigrated to this world, he was like that. Through his experiences in his previous life and this life, he had a much broader view than ordinary people. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan understood them from the bottom of his heart. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a moment. Fang Yuan stored Zishan Makoto's will into the sovereign immortal aperture. Without immortal essence and immortal goo, Zishan Makoto's will was almost non-threatening. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Yuan would not give immortal essence and immortal goo to this purple will. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to check his gains. He directly communicated with the purple will in his immortal aperture. He wanted to ask about the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Zishan Makoto had revealed earlier. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now. There was a huge risk. Hence, the upper extreme heavenly eagle naturally became the first choice. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's advantage over the countercurrent protection seal was that it could fly faster and penetrate through the void. It was also a primordial desolate beast, so its skin was very thick. Of course, the prerequisite was that Fang Yuan could control it. Even though Fang Yuan had name restriction immortal goo, it was not his own. He was only borrowing it from Wu Clan. Secondly, the immortal goo was only rank 7. Against the rank 8 upper extreme heavenly eagle, it might not be enough. Fang Yuan soon learned of Zishan Makoto's method. Fang Yuan actually knew about this method as well. This was an enslavement path technique, and it was related to a person. This person's name was a bit special. He was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sigu immortal. His early years were filled with difficulties. He was born as a slave and had a low status, but he used all the opportunities and risks to grow, eventually climbing to the peak of his life. He was an enslavement path genius. Ordinary enslavement path cultivators were the upper slaves and the lower slaves. But he did the opposite, using the lower slaves to control the higher slaves. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had the inheritance of 180 slaves, and it was a part of their cultivation content for Zombie Alliance members to purchase. Shark Demon had once bought a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance. He wanted to use a group of sharks to control that one-finger flow shark in the River of Time. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, and he was schemed against by Shadow Sect in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Not only him, even his beloved wife Su Baiman was turned into a goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Makoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Zishan Makoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, he had set up the Purple Blood River formation some time ago, and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of goo worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves. It is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal goo. Mortal goo are common things. I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a favorable price. Using immortal goo to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal goo to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts? Immortal goo were unique. They were extremely hard to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss, but Fang Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. I have the mixed heavenly eagle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. How much are you selling your immortal goo for? A goo immortal asked. The mixed heavenly eagle was not an ordinary eagle. It had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. It had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet, and eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed heavenly eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle. I can use it. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, "How many do you have?" 33 desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles, 7 ancient mixed heavenly eagles. That goo immortal reported. Fang Yuan nodded without hesitation. I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal goo here. Only rank 6 immortal goo? I have 7 ancient desolate beasts. The goo immortal said unhappily. Fang Yuan was even more dissatisfied. He shouted, "Get lost if you don't sell." That goo immortal's attitude immediately changed. Sigh. Don't be angry. I'll sell it. I'll sell it. How can I not sell it? Once this transaction was completed, it immediately caused an even greater commotion in jewel yellow skies. The transactions of jewel yellow skies were very open. Everyone witnessed the transaction. Someone is actually using immortal goo to buy desolate beasts? This is unprecedented. This goo immortal has a screw loose. Even though there are many mixed heavenly eagles, how many immortal materials can there be? Using immortal materials of this level to refine that rank 6 immortal goo, it would take more than 10 attempts. Refining immortal goo was too difficult. The success rate was very low. 10 attempts might seem like a lot, but in fact, many goo immortals would refine immortal goo 50 to 60 times. This isn't a scam, right? Is there a problem with this immortal goo? Some goo immortals were suspicious. No, this is jewel yellow skies. Who can deceive it? The treasure light emitted by the goods is genuine. Let me do it. I have over 100 rainbow-chasing eagles here. Another customer came looking for him. Rainbow-chasing eagles were large in size. They were all desolate beasts. There had never been an ancient-level rainbow-chasing eagle. This type of eagle did not have high battle strength. While rainbow-chasing eagles liked to chase the light of rainbows, they were lacking in other aspects. Only their speed was remarkable. Deal. Take this rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan directly bought it. The other party asked with some difficulty, "Can you make an exception and exchange it for an immortal goo? I have raised these rainbow-chasing eagles for over 100 years to reach this scale." Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. Get lost. If you don't want to exchange it, get lost. No, no, no. Are you going to exchange it or not? Exchange, exchange, exchange. Fang Yuan's divine sense snorted coldly. If I was not in a hurry to use the eagles, would you be able to get such benefits? Hurry up, don't waste time. I am giving you the immortal goo. I cannot waste any more time. Thus, the following goo immortals changed their way of addressing Fang Yuan, calling him Senior Fang Yuan. A storm was brewing. Even if there were no eagle-type goo immortals, they came to watch the show, to see this eccentric person who used immortal goo to buy desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The commotion of jewel-yellow skies naturally attracted the attention of the 5 regions. Among them were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. But they could not stop Feng Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven was forever neutral. No one could find its location, and no one could exert any influence on it. After a while, Feng Yuan gathered enough eagle-type, desolate beasts and ancient male eagles. For this, Feng Yuan paid 4 immortal gu. Among them, 3 were rank 6 and 1 was rank 7. And the number of eagles he obtained was astonishing, reaching over 1,200. Most of them were desolate beasts, while 30% were ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, he also gathered enough mortal gu. Feng Yuan began to activate the Immortal Killer move 180 slaves. He was very careful, because this was the first time he was using this move. His speed was very slow. Even though the situation was urgent, he had to make full use of every second. Gu worms were activated one by one. Feng Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed. The backlash caused Feng Yuan to be injured. A large number of mortal gu were destroyed. His mental energy was also expended. Man as before. In an instant, Feng Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th try, Feng Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry. It had a submissive expression. Success. Before Feng Yuan could rejoice, he heard He Lulan shout, "Quick! The gu formation is about to be destroyed." Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. "You can't escape." Fairy Myrtle's voice was heard. She was flustered and exasperated. Feng Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect right under her nose. He still wanted to escape. He was truly looking down on Fairy Myrtle. But right at this time, Zishan Makoto's will was released by Feng Yuan. It contained immortal essence and several immortal gu. Feng Yuan, remember everything I told you. Leave now. The purple will said this and activated a killer move, charging towards the super gu formation and crashing into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Feng Yuan and the rest. It tore through space and arrived outside the gu formation. With a fierce flap of his wings, he immediately flew up to the 9th heaven. Chapter 1383. Another immemorial desolate beast. Someone left the battlefield. They seem to have escaped from the super gu formation. What is going on? The upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Feng Yuan, Ing Wuxie, and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield. Southern Border's righteous path gu immortals were stunned. In fact, when Ing Wuxie and the rest were transported away by the super gu formation, many of them had sensed something amiss. The gu immortals on that eagle are almost all demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What is Wui Hai doing? Let us in. Southern Border's gu immortals protested. But inside the super gu formation, where was Feng Yuan? He had already changed his appearance and escaped in front of everyone's eyes. Chiguei, something is amiss. At this moment, in the battlefield, Southern Border's righteous path gu immortal expert Tree Old Man came to Chiguei's side. The other clan's gu immortals failed to communicate with Wui Hai. So be it. But Wu clan and Qiao clan, especially Fairy Qiao Silu, failed to communicate with them. Wui Hai did not respond. There was definitely a problem. Wui Hai controlled the entire super gu formation. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake. Lives would be lost. Chiguei nodded with a solemn expression. He knew the severity of this matter. This super gu formation was personally created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though he could not control the gu formation, he could check its condition. But it would take a lot of time and effort. It was troublesome. Chiguei's face turned ashen as soon as he found out the truth. Bada observed Chiguei's expression and saw that Chiguei's expression changed abruptly. It was hard for him to conceal his panic and shock. Bada's heart immediately thumped and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Lord Wui Hai is missing. The The Super Gu formation is being occupied by two forces. They are fighting for it. One has Central Continent aura, the other has Northern Plains aura. Just based on aura, they are both rank 8 Gu immortals. Chi Gue said with a tragic expression. When Bard heard this, he was stunned. This was a huge blow. He took a few deep breaths, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous. This situation was too dangerous. Wu Yihai mysteriously disappeared. It is likely that he was killed. No matter how two rank 8s got into the Super Gu formation, with just Wu Yihai's rank 7 cultivation level, it is not enough. This was Bard's deduction. At this time, he still did not think that Fang Yuan would be a traitor. This was also because Fang Yuan had changed his appearance before he left. Paying attention to this detail and had a small effect on them. More importantly, they never expected that Wu Yihai would work together with Shadow Sect. Why? Because not long ago, Ba Quan Feng appeared in Southern Border's righteous path, preventing the Super Gu formation from being set up. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan saved the situation. With his help, Southern Border's righteous path created the second layer of the Super Gu formation. This matter left a deep impression on the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals present. If such a person was a mole in the Shadow Sect, how could he ruin the Shadow Sect's plan at such a critical moment? Wu Yihai is likely dead. Sigh, now that I think about it, fortunately, I was plotted against by Ba Quan Feng. If I were controlling the Super Gu formation now, wouldn't Wu Yihai's ending be mine? Speaking of which, I should thank Wu Yihai. He replaced me. Chi Gue was still grateful towards Fang Yuan. Bard quickly accepted Wu Yihai's death. Bard had long disliked Wu Yihai. Even if Wu Yihai's ending was tragic, he could still treat it as a joke. But now, Bard could not laugh. The Super Gu formation is gone. Even though Shadow Sect retreated, Celestial Court is still around. What is their attitude? Bard had to consider this serious question. Earlier, Shadow Sect and Southern Border's righteous path were on the same side, resisting Shadow Sect's attack. Now that Shadow Sect had retreated, Spectral Soul's main body was still imprisoned by Duke Long. What was the attitude of Celestial Court? To speak the truth, Bard had no confidence in this answer. Because not long ago, Central Continent's Celestial Court had organized a surprise attack on Northern Plains, destroying snowy mountain-blessed land. But they were defeated by Longevity Heaven. The current situation was very similar. Central Continent's Celestial Court organized another expedition to Southern Border. What would their attitude be? It was hard to say. Even though they were all on the righteous path, Bard, who was already a higher-up of the righteous path, understood one thing. Politics did not care about moral principles, only benefits mattered. What could they use to protect their own benefits? One word, strength. If the Super Gu formation was still around, Southern Border's righteous path would have some confidence to talk to Celestial Court. But now, Wu Yihai was gone. The Super Gu formation was being snatched away. They seemed to be two rank 8 Gu immortals, but none of them had Southern Border aura. At this moment, in this situation, the more Bard thought, the worse his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. After a while, he opened his dry lips and made a difficult decision. Retreat. Retreat. We are giving up on the Super Gu formation. There are immortal Gu contributed by our clans here. Chi Gue pointed at the Dream Realms. Look at these Dream Realms. Celestial Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility for the loss of the immortal Gu and Dream Realms? Bard glanced at Chi Gue coldly. If you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to stay, you can stay as well. After saying this, he called the final Ba clan Gu immortal and left. Bard's decision immediately caused a commotion among the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals. Before Bard left, he informed all of the Southern Border Gu immortals of the current situation. Wu clan and Xiao clan heard that Wu Yihai was missing. They were greatly affected. The Super Gu formation was not under their control. Most of the Southern Border Gu immortals imitated Bard and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yihai was Wu Yong's brother. Now that he was missing, Wu Liao was a Wu clan Gu immortal. How could he retreat so easily? I believe Lord Wu Yihai is blessed by heaven. Xiao Si Lu thought about it and left with Xiao clan's Gu immortals. Most of the Southern Border Gu immortals left, leaving behind Chi Gue, Wu Liao, and a few others. They chose to believe in celestial court. After all, they were the leader of Central Continent's righteous path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was pestered by Zhuyi Hui. Both sides were locked in battle. Zhuyi Hui had deep hatred towards celestial court's Gua mortals. This was no longer just hunting for food. This was clearly within Zishan Makoto's calculations. Southern Border's righteous path Gua mortals retreated as soon as they could. A mere will can stop me. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle used the power of Star Constellation Chessboard to completely destroy Zishan Makoto's will. Not a single one was left. This rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert had finally achieved her goal. She successfully gained control of this Supergu formation. But she was not happy at all. Fang Yuan escaped and became the Shadow Sect's sect leader under her watch. Fairy Myrtle knew about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed. She would not be able to catch up to it even if she chased it now. Fairy Myrtle's mood was terrible. But after she gained control of the Supergu formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, how is the situation on your side? What responded to her was a loud bang. Space tore open like a shattered mirror. A rank 8 Gua mortal flew out of the spatial crack. Who else could it be but Duke Long? But he had a transcendent aura and a domineering aura. But now, his face was dark and gloomy. He had a ruthless expression, as if he was enduring something. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She immediately activated the Supergu formation and brought Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into the phantom aperture, but that remnant soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used the door of life and death to try and devour my soul. Let's go back to the Celestial Court and use the power of the Celestial Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Myrtle's heart sank. She did not expect the situation to be so severe. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a rank 9 when he was alive. Even though he was schemed against by Providence and captured by the Celestial Court, once he was given a chance, he retaliated fiercely.
Yes.
Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. She had to follow Duke Long's orders without any hesitation. But Zhuyi Hui, these southern border Gua mortals and the escaped Fang Yuan, what do we do with them? Fairy Myrtle thought about it before asking. Duke Long did not hesitate. Zhuyi Hui is fine. It cannot catch up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Forget about these southern border righteous path forces. I have already confirmed that Spectral Soul's main body is here. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with southern border. We can form a good relationship and help Central Continent's future. As for Fang Yuan. Saying so, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Myrtle. A look of shame flashed across Fairy Zi Wei's face. It was my fault. Duke Long laughed instead. I don't believe that you did not use any methods at all. Fairy Myrtle replied. Lord Duke Long is wise. I have already used an investigative method on that scoundrel Fang Yuan. The same goes for the rest of the Shadow Sect members. That's good. Southern Border's righteous path reinforcements are coming from all directions. Let's retreat first. Duke Long nodded. Just like this, when the reinforcements of Southern Border's superclans finally arrived at Etion Mountain, what they saw was a messy battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up randomly. They were no longer as perfectly round as before, but like a group of mountains, scattered here and there. The Supergu formation had already vanished. Since Fairy Myrtle already had the Supergu formation, she could split it up. Many of Southern Border's righteous path immortal Gu were taken away by Celestial Court. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and flew into White Heaven. Zhuyi Hui chased after them, unwilling to give up. It also flew into White Heaven. More and more Southern Border Gu immortals gathered here. It was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Chi Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. Chapter 1385. Reeks, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew past his ears. Fang Yuan sat on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's back, his long hair fluttering behind him. Even though the winds had a huge pushing force, Fang Yuan did not move at all. He was as steady as a mountain. As a Gu immortal, he definitely had the ability to ride the wind. Beside him, Ing Wuxie and the others were either sitting, standing, looking at the scenery, or meditating with their eyes closed to heal their wounds. Fang Yuan had no injuries on his body. Even though he had failed several times when using the Immortal Killer move 180 slaves, he was healed by Time Path Immortal Gu Man as before. This 180 slaves killer move is truly amazing. I can actually control the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. According to the contents of this killer move, the more desolate eagles I can enslave, the more I can control this upper extreme heavenly eagle. In that case, I should buy more desolate eagles in the future and nurture them. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used 4 immortal Gu to buy a large number of desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles from Jewel Yellow Skies. There was no choice. The situation was urgent. If there was time, Fang Yuan would definitely not make such a stupid transaction. Right now, this transaction was still ongoing in Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Gu immortals were discussing this matter. They were discussing how much of a fool Fang Yuan was. The only one who knew the truth was Fang Yuan himself. Maybe the Celestial Court could also guess it. Fang Yuan looked at the sovereign immortal aperture. These desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles were flying in the mini 9 heavens. In mini purple heaven, there were some eagle nests. These eagle nests were obtained by Fang Yuan from Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Hay Tribe. There were also ordinary eagle chicks in the eagle nests. They were still growing. Using Hay Tribe's rearing method, when these chicks grew up, they were likely to become desolate eagles or even ancient desolate eagles. However, Fang Yuan had long used the time Dao to slow down the flow of time in the supreme immortal aperture. This caused the growth of the young eagles in the nests to slow down. Therefore, Fang Yuan would have to wait a long time for them to grow into desolate eagles or ancient desolate eagles. So far, we still have to rely on external acquisitions. The more eagle beasts there are, the more reliable my 180 slaves will be. Now, we have more than 400 eagles, but we can barely control it so that it can fly. If I want it to fight, it's fine against the weak. But against strong opponents like Zhuo Yi Hui, the upper extreme heavenly eagle might disobey my orders and turn on me. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, Fang Yuan could finally calm down and think. In fact, this was not the only problem. With such a large group of ancient desolate eagles suddenly added in, what they would eat and what kind of effect they would have on the surrounding environment were all problems that Fang Yuan had to consider and deal with. To rear these eagle beasts, Fang Yuan needed a large amount of basic life forms as food for the eagle beasts. This would require a complete food chain, and the scale of this food chain would not be small. Fortunately, my supreme immortal aperture space is large enough. With such a large group of eagle beasts, it is more than enough. Moreover, it is sparsely populated. I can create an independent ecosystem without worrying about the inherent environmental effects. White paper is easy to draw on. I have ample funds now. I have 100,000 immortal yuan stone. Purchasing and rearing the eagle beasts is only one aspect. Another aspect is to improve the reverse flow protection seal. After the battle of the Super Dream Realm, Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. This greatly exceeded his expectations. The Shadow Sect suffered a great loss. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, causing Fang Yuan to become the biggest thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. If Fang Yuan did not accept it, he would also be targeted by the Celestial Court. Like what Zishan Makoto said, Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. The Celestial Court would definitely eliminate him. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take over the Shadow Sect. When I can fully control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and improve the reverse flow protection seal, I will have some ability to protect myself against the Celestial Court. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of that grand heaven overseeing tower, as well as that domineering quasi-rank 9 expert, Duke Long. A wave of pressure unavoidably spread in Fang Yuan's mind. I am still too weak, even with the new reverse flow protection seal. I can only stand in front of rank 8s and protect myself from their attacks. But if the attacks are endless, reverse flow river will eventually be exhausted. Even if I have an immemorial desolate beast like the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it does not have enough intelligence. It cannot move as easily as me. And the enslavement path killer move, 180 slaves, can also be unraveled. Sigh. My strength has already grown rapidly. Unfortunately, I am facing the Celestial Court, the strongest immortal force in the world. I need to annex immortal apertures to increase my cultivation level. Rank 8 is enough for me to catch a breather. My current rank 7 cultivation level is too low, but if I advance to rank 8, the sovereign immortal body's weakness will expand and become difficult to resolve. To Feng Yuan, this was a dilemma. My strength cannot increase. In this situation, do I need to rely on them? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan looked around. Ing Wu Xie, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Black Tigress Miao Yin, and many other Gu immortals from Pure Dream Seeker. In Purple Mountain True Monarch's Inheritance, there were information path Gu worms that recorded the details of these people. Feng Yuan had already looked through them earlier. Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals were all defective products. Zishan Makoto refined them to confuse others and conceal spectral souls' true actions. These Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies contained pieces of Zishan Makoto's remnant soul. Unfortunately, after the refinement, these Purple Mountain remnant souls had already fused with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. They could not be separated. Once the time limit of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies was up, they would self-detonate into dream realms. These Purple Mountain remnant souls would also dissipate. This flaw could not be resolved even if Zishan Makoto's main body was reborn. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Ing Wu Xie used the Cocoon of Light to obtain a rank 7 Pure Dream Reality Seeker body, he was an exception. Because he was the original Pure Dream Reality Seeker body in his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the Pure Dream Reality Seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Feng Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's dream path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly. It saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were the true helpers Feng Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly Bai Ningbing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miao Ying cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance. She has rank 7 cultivation level. She is one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Feng Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression. Clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Wui Hai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Feng Yuan in a submissive manner. He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. But Feng Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He understood this Black Tigress true inheritance very well. Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect. They would have a dual nature. One side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. Gu immortals usually had a pure and innocent side. They were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. 2 sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Feng Yuan, because Lady White Rabbit admired Wu Hai, while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Makoto and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Feng Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties. That is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Feng Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it. She gave a soft "oh," showing a timid expression. Fong Yuan sighed internally. Even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves He Lulan and Ing Wuxie. He Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level. She has the great strength true martial physique but cultivates fire path. She wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Ing Wuxie, Fong Yuan looked at Ing Wuxie, who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. His bones seemed to have been pulled out. His entire body was like mud. His expression was dark and gloomy. Fong Yuan shook his head. Actually, Ing Wuxie, who had lead soul into dream, could display battle strength that was firmly in the number 1 position. Even Fong Yuan was wary of him. But such a person with no fighting spirit, even if he had triple chi retraction, what could he expect from him? Ing Wuxie, hand over all your goo worms to me. Fong Yuan spoke. Ing Wuxie did not speak. He did not react. He was like a stone statue. Fong Yuan's voice turned sharp. Ing Wuxie, I am the leader of Shadow Sect. Are you going to defy me? Ing Wuxie did not move. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He was about to continue when a strong aura burst out from the sky in front of him. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared. Shadow Sect's remnants, your E-Clan's master is here. Where do you think you're going? This book came from Chapter 1387. The rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven overseeing tower that possessed Fade Immortal Goo would also be dissolved by the Dream Realm. In the battle of the giant Dream Realm that had just ended, Duke Long had personally tried it, and Heaven Overseeing Tower was still in phantom form at that time. It was not spared. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like this. So was the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion. Once they entered the Dream Realm, the whole of Bay Pavilion would start to break down. E-Clan's Goo Immortals all felt that a large number of Goo Worms were losing contact with them. This scene immediately gave these E-Clan Goo Immortals an incomparable shock. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move. Boundless Sea and Sky Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not break through the Dream Realm. But the Immortal Killer Move was still effective. At the next moment, Bay Pavilion vanished. It moved a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another place, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins. It was no longer as grand and majestic as before. E-Clan's Goo Immortals were breathing heavily in Bay Pavilion. Some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They retreated. It was truly dangerous. If we were any slower, we might have really fallen here. Dream realms are so terrifying. Even immortal goo houses could not resist them. No wonder someone prophesied that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would surpass the strongest expert of the past. Damn it, we let those Shadow Sect survivors escape. E-Clan's Goo Immortals rejoiced for a while before gritting their teeth. Now that they retreated, it would be too late for them to return. The Shadow Sect survivors must have used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, Bay Pavilion found traces of Fong Yuan's group. It took a lot of effort to catch up. According to the strength of both sides, E-Clan with the rank 7 Immortal Goo House should be stronger. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, it could not do anything to Bay Pavilion. E-Clan had both offense and defense. They could advance and retreat freely. In contrast, Fong Yuan's side had scattered Goo Immortals. They could defeat them one by one. What made E-Clan's Goo Immortals even more confident was that as long as they stalled for some time, they could wait for the reinforcements of Southern Border Super Forces. They had a rank 7 Immortal Goo House. As long as they did not make any mistakes, they could definitely stall Fong Yuan and the rest. In fact, E-Clan's Goo Immortals did the same thing. They had used the Immortal Killer move Return Water Life to fight a battle of attrition. But Fong Yuan's reaction was too fast. He used the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies as Immortal Killer moves, sending them over. E-Clan was caught unprepared. Even though E-Clan's Gu immortals knew some information about the giant Dream Realm battle, they could not have expected Fang Yuan to be so ruthless, sacrificing his own people so easily. Another point was that Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon form was too fast. His transformation path Dalmarks turned into sword path Dalmarks. Sword eyebrows Immortal Gu continued to cultivate, increasing his sword path Dalmarks. There was also sword escape Immortal Gu, as well as the explosive speed of the ancient sword dragon itself. If Fang Yuan moved alone and used sword escape Immortal Gu to carry the two pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, even though his speed was fast, E-Clan's Gu immortals could react and react. E-Clan's Gu immortals had ugly expressions. They had Bay Pavilion, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, Bay Pavilion was in a terrible state. They had suffered great losses. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face. They had already informed the other Righteous Path Gu immortals of Southern Border. When they arrived, how would E-Clan's Gu immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of E-Clan's Gu immortals spoke. Everyone, hurry up and repair Bay Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant dream realm, we did not lose any immortal Gu. We brought a large number of spare mortal Gu. We will give you a few minutes to repair Bay Pavilion. The enemy is strong. They can actually control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel. They did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature, they are simply too cruel. They are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the dream realm. We wanted to fight to the death and fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat. It was to hand the information of this battle to the other Righteous Path Gu immortals. E-Clan's leader spoke frankly. The surrounding Gu immortals nodded. The truth was the truth. They could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After E-Clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, informing them of the situation. What? They were actually repelled. Didn't they have Bay Pavilion Immortal Gu house? They lost them. Look at what the E-Clan is saying. Their skin is really thick, but they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Once Ancient Sword Dragon transformation was mentioned, the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals in the Dream Realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Lu Guan Yi is also a demonic path Gu immortal. He also cultivates Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Do you think he is the Gu immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient Sword Dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guan Yi is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect. They are enemies. Lu Guan Yi is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but that person has Southern Border aura. But this is not certain. If the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan, didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions Gu immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Lu Guan Yi or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabouts. Who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect? He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart. He cares about his family. It is truly touching. We are willing to go. We are willing to show our might to Lord Wu Yong. The other Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals responded. Wu Yong's performance in the Purple Blood River formation was quickly spread to the rest of Southern Border's Gu immortal world through Tai Mian Shan. There was no doubt about this speed. Any Gu immortal would become the center of attention no matter where they went after cultivating to rank 8. Because their every action, even if it was unintentional, would have a deep and lasting impact on their surroundings. Wu Yong was the leader of Wu Clan. Now that he exposed his 4th Immortal Gu house, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Southern Border's Gu immortals realized how powerful Wu Yong was. Adding on the fact that the Wu family had the reputation of being #1 in the righteous path, Wu Yong's question immediately received widespread acknowledgement and response. These people are still crafty. They want to hide behind me and order my Wu clan around. Wu Yong snickered internally. Wu Yong was a person who sought practical benefits, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so now. He had to put up a good front. His younger brother was missing. As the elder brother, he had to act like he was trying to save him. Especially now, Fang Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo in Wu Clan's ancestral hall were not broken. Moreover, as the leader of the righteous path, he had to take charge of the situation. Otherwise, if he did not stand up for Southern Border's righteous path, his and Wu Clan's prestige would fall greatly. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Fang Yuan was extremely evil. He borrowed 6 immortal goo from Wu Clan before leaving. A total of 6 immortal goo. And there was even 100,000 immortal yuan stone. Among these immortal goo, there was bloodline immortal goo, which was personally approved by Wu Yong and sent from Wu Clan's treasury to support Fang Yuan. Even that 100,000 immortal yuan stone was suggested by Wu Yong himself. He lent it to Fang Yuan. Now that Wu Yihai was missing, the biggest responsibility fell on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong did not pursue, not only would he not be able to explain to the Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals, he would also not be able to explain to Wu Clan. Immediately, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building led the Southern Border experts and chased after the upper extreme heavenly eagle, flying into the sky. Although Yi Clan was defeated by Fang Yuan and lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Wu Yihai had other clues. He immediately transmitted to Wu Clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa, go borrow the corresponding immortal goo from the treasury and set up a divination phase goo formation. Take out Wu Yihai's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo, place them in the goo formation and deduce my brother's location. Wu Fa was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He immediately received the order and hurriedly went to do it. Wu Yong collected battlefield information. According to Central Continent's Celestial Court's performance, they did not attack the Southern Border Goo Immortals. They only plundered the battlefield and took away the immortal goo of the Southern Border forces. Southern Border's righteous path would definitely settle this score with Central Continent. But currently, Wu Yong's priority was to save Wu Yihai. Central Continent's Celestial Court had great strength. It would be very difficult to take back the immortal goo from them. On the contrary, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were not strong. Since Wu Yihai's life tablet did not shatter, he might really have been captured by them. Of course, Shadow Sect has information path methods that can shatter my life tablet goo and soul lantern goo to create the illusion of my death. Naturally, they can also kill Wu Yihai and keep the life tablet goo and soul lantern goo. Their goal is to lure us to chase them. This thought flashed in Wu Yong's mind. He had considered it thoroughly, but he still chose to chase without any hesitation. Because this time, not only him, there were also countless Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals, Rank 8 Goo Immortal Chi Chuyu, and several Immortal Goo houses. With such a lineup, Wu Yong was confident that even if Shadow Sect set up an ambush, he would be able to flatten them. In the face of great power, all schemes and plots were nothing. At the same time, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying at full speed. On the eagle's back, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, activating a mystical immortal goo. Dao Path. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped, saying with a grim expression, "There are many information path Dao marks on my body. I might have been hit by an investigative killer move. The possibility of Southern Border's righteous path Goo Immortals is low. Central Continent's Celestial Court, especially Fairy Myrtle, is the greatest suspect. No matter what, I need to return to plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to get rid of this investigative killer move." Note: last week's character solicitation activity has ended. This week's voting will be held tomorrow. Venerable Goo's official groups, White Heaven Group, Black Heaven Group, Venerable Goo's Tiaba, and Venerable Goo's WeChat will all have voting choices. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. Everyone, let's choose the top 3. To be continued. Chapter 1388. White Day. Boom. A tower tore through the air, flying rapidly in white day, leaving a long trail of air behind it. Everywhere it went, the beast groups in white day ran away in all directions. Because this tower was emitting an intense rank 9 aura, the beast groups felt an intense threat. It was Heaven Overseeing Tower. After the battle of the giant dream realm, the celestial court looted southern border's super goo formation and took away all the goo worms. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been restored by the central continent goo immortals. At the top of the tower, there were only Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. It seems that southern border's white day was not affected by luck suppression heavenly palace. Fairy Myrtle retracted her gaze from the outside world and looked at Duke Long. Her beautiful face showed a trace of worry. Duke Long was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face was ashen. His expression turned sinister from time to time as he frowned. His strong body was like a boulder. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, he gave off a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. As expected of spectral soul demon Venerable, even with only a remnant soul, he was able to cause so much trouble to Lord Duke Long. Lord Duke Long took away the door of life and death for the celestial court. To think that spectral soul demon Venerable actually borrowed his strength. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried, but on the other hand, she also felt admiration towards Duke Long. This time, the celestial court attacked, sweeping away the dejection of Northern Plains' defeat. They actually swept through the battlefield and captured spectral soul demon Venerable alive. This was mostly due to Duke Long's battle achievements. Without Duke Long, there would be no way to achieve such an impressive result. Right at this time, Duke Long slowly opened his eyes. Lord Duke Long, is there anything I can help you with? Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and asked. Duke Long shook his head. No worries, spectral soul is only a spent force. I have already taken control of the situation. As long as we return to the celestial court and borrow the power of the celestial court, we can easily suppress him. That's good. At this rate, we should have more than enough time. Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh. However, Duke Long quickly added, we also have to prevent any accidents. If I am devoured by spectral soul, he might disguise as me. So, once I return to the celestial court, immediately imprison me and seal me layer by layer. Then, use all the means of the celestial court to investigate. If I am the one suppressing spectral soul, I will cooperate. If spectral soul demon Venerable devoured me, he would be exposed. If he continues to disguise himself and does not resist, he will also become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by my celestial court. Duke Long was thinking about Zhou Xiang. He did not give spectral soul any chance. Fairy Myrtle quickly agreed. Duke Long was silent for a while before asking, what is the situation over at Feng Yuan's side? Fairy Myrtle answered, earlier, Southern Border's E-Clan's Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion encountered Feng Yuan's group by accident. Unfortunately, they were not able to stop him. Feng Yuan is crafty. He guessed that he was being tracked, so he came to Bay Pavilion. He used his immortal goo to investigate. He really found something fishy. But, saying so, Fairy Myrtle showed a confident smile. So what if he found out? My investigative killer move was activated with the help of the Immortal Goo House Star Constellation chessboard. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method back then. That's good. Duke Long heard this and relaxed, closing his eyes again. Southern Border. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was carrying Feng Yuan and the rest, flying rapidly. A sharp eagle cry resounded in the sky, scaring away all the birds in the surrounding 100 li. There were no obstructions along the way. They did not see Bay Pavilion chasing after them. The Shadow Sect Immortals also let down their guard slightly. An earth trench gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The earth trench was deep and bottomless. Even in broad daylight, it was covered in shadows. This is Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Feng Yuan stood up, looking down at the entire Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Ing Wuxie led the Immortals to northern plains under Feng Yuan's pursuit and rescued Zishan Makoto. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Zishan Makoto led the Shadow Sect's remnant forces from northern plains to eastern sea, before arriving at southern border. This Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was their temporary headquarters. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Feng Yuan's identity as Wu Yihai was exposed. Even if the Celestial Court did not expose it, this fake identity could not withstand scrutiny. Feng Yuan unexpectedly became the Shadow Sect's new leader, so he brought the remnant forces of the Shadow Sect here to rest and reorganize. Whoosh! The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle folded its wings and dove towards Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Soon, it entered the earth trench, carrying Fang Yuan and the rest, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was huge, it could not compare to Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Entering deep into Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was like a small bird beside a ship. All kinds of strange and eerie roars entered the ears of Fang Yuan and the rest. Among the shadows, there were auras of large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Most of them were shadow monsters. Shadow monsters were a type of Dao beast. They were usually produced in places with dense dark path Dao marks. Undoubtedly, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was such a place. Even though shadow monsters were Dao beasts, they still had survival instincts to avoid danger and seek benefits. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's immemorial aura made them panic. They did not need Fang Yuan to drive them away. They scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan and the rest arrived at their destination smoothly. This was not the deepest part of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, but a cave entrance on the steep mountain wall. The cave entrance was very wide. Even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could barely fit inside. After landing at the entrance, Fang Yuan and the rest got off the eagle's back. Fang Yuan kept the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle into his immortal aperture and entered the cave. With Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan easily arrived at the location of the mechanism and controlled the goo formation here without any obstruction. The goo formation here is quite good. Using the dense dark path Dao marks here, mortal goo were used to set it up, but it has the power of an immortal goo formation. Its specialty is to conceal it from others' deductions. To be able to use natural Dao marks to set up a goo formation, the creator was definitely a formation path great grandmaster. This was not strange for Shadow Sect. Even with Fang Yuan's current formation path great grandmaster attainment, he could only see the rough details. He did not know the profundities of this formation. It was impossible for him to set it up. After arriving here, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He did not immediately try to remove the investigative killer move on him. Instead, he summoned the other Gu Immortals and talked to them one by one. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan naturally had to do such a thing. Lady White Rabbit was very obedient. She answered every question Fang Yuan asked. Fairy Miao Yin was very aggressive and proactive. When Fang Yuan asked a question, she would answer quickly and even ask Fang Yuan a question. During this period, she would even ask Xiao Silu who was prettier between her and Xiao Silu. And in the conversation with He Lulan, Fang Yuan suggested that if He Lulan made a huge contribution, he could consider removing the alliance agreement and restoring her freedom. Speaking of which, He Lulan's current awkward situation was partly due to Fang Yuan. After rebirth, Fang Yuan changed a lot of things. Before this, He Lulan used Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill He Cheng. She succeeded in taking revenge and saw her true nature. She obtained Attitude Gu and tried to control He tribe. Her future was bright. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, He Lulan lost her auntie. Due to a series of coincidences, she eventually became Fang Yuan's subordinate. Just like what Wu Xie thought, He Lulan was a talent. Fang Yuan had the same opinion. Next was Bai Ningbing. Even if you did not look for me, I would have looked for you. Bai Ningbing spoke first. Her attitude was different from the others. She stood in front of Fang Yuan with her arms crossed, looking down at Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path will not let you off after becoming enemies with Celestial Court. What are your plans now? Bai Ningbing asked. She had also participated in the Giant Dream Realm battle. She was on the same side as Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path would not let her off either. I will first digest the resources of Shadow Sect, then plan step by step, Fang Yuan said. Now that the Dream Realm was gone and Wu Yihai's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan lost this cultivation shortcut. Chapter 1389. Even though Shadow Sect was completely crippled, Spectral Soul was captured, and only Ying Wu Xie and Sixth Hair were left in his split soul, it still left behind a lot of resources. Web, Immortal Goo, and Immortal Materials were only a small portion. The key were Immortal Goo recipes, Immortal Killer moves, Immortal Goo houses, and others. A vast number of Immortal Goo recipes, countless Immortal Killer moves, and even the construction plans of Immortal Goo houses numbered up to 12. Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City. There were also all sorts of clues to true inheritances. For example, by Xiang's true inheritance, even the higher secret of the 5 Xiangs, Paradise Earth's true inheritance in the Azure Sea Blue Whale, clues to Red Lotus true inheritance, clues to Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Of course, these true inheritances were hard to obtain, otherwise, Shadow Sect would have obtained them long ago and used them to increase their foundation to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. In fact, even without these clues, just Spectral Soul's true inheritance alone was a huge fortune. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path methods back then caused the 5 regions to turn dark. His soul-devouring method could absorb the experiences and memories of his prey. His split soul method could create generations of Shadow Sect members. His soul transference method could create traitors like Sixth Hair. He could even plant people in the Celestial Court. And his soul cultivation method, the final form, Fang Yuan remembered it clearly. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, he was able to resist the tribulation with his own body. Right now, there were 2 important things in front of Fang Yuan. First was information path. He needed to get rid of the investigative killer move on him, as well as all sorts of alliance agreements to regain his freedom. Second was wisdom goo. Fang Yuan had already grasped the method to undo the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body. By then, he would be able to obtain wisdom goo's recognition again. He would be able to obtain the light of wisdom's assistance. By Ning Bing continued, I have already obtained yin-yang rotation goo, but I need to refine it into an immortal goo before I can reverse the body of a female. But refinement path is deep and profound. Yin-yang rotation goo is not my vital goo. I have no confidence. Fang Yuan nodded. I know. Borrowing the Shadow Sect strength to help you refine goo, this was the agreement you made with the Shadow Sect. If I become the leader of the Shadow Sect, I can also acknowledge the previous agreement. Because for a long time to come, we'll be borrowing each other's strength, won't we? I'm relieved that you have this awareness. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan indifferently, then turned around and left in satisfaction. Speaking of which, the members of the Shadow Sect had more yin than yang. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin were all female immortals. Only Ying Wuxia and Fang Yuan were males. After a round of private conversations, Fang Yuan, the new leader of the Shadow Sect, was finally acknowledged. As for Ying Wuxia, he was still in an extremely dispirited state. No matter what Fang Yuan said, he turned a deaf ear to it. This caused Fang Yuan's killing intent to surge. He wanted to end Ying Wuxia's life and take away the immortal goo, to grasp the amazing method lead soul into dream. But Fang Yuan thought about it. This matter was not urgent. Not to mention the killer move lead soul into dream. He had already grasped all of its contents. He only lacked the goo worms. This move was very taxing on the goo immortal's mind. Its structure was complex, it was hard to learn and practice, and it was even harder to take care of other aspects. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the immortal goo, he would need to waste some time to familiarize himself with it. Of course, it was not that he did not have other methods. For example, the soul-devouring method. As long as he devoured Ying Wuxia's soul, Fang Yuan would have the memories and a large amount of experience in using lead soul into dream. Back then, when Ying Wuxia was just born, he was able to quickly use lead soul into dream because his split soul contained a large amount of related memories. There was another reason, Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya Blessed Land by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan knew this long ago. But after Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect, it was uncertain if he could obtain Sixth Hair's acknowledgement. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul had transmigrated to Langya Blessed Land and gradually grew up as a refinement path goo immortal. He and Fang Yuan had been enemies for a long time. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, although it was Zishan Makoto's wish, would Sixth Hair acknowledge it? Fang Yuan did not have any confidence. Most importantly, Sixth Hair was not bound by the Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. It was also impossible. If he had an information path alliance agreement, it would be easy for Land Spirit of Langya to see through him. That would be exposing his identity. After all, No matter which land spirit of Langya it was, they were all refinement path experts. They had all sorts of methods to see the Tao marks on immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not know what Sixth Hair's attitude was, but he knew that if he killed Ing Wuxie and took his goo worms, the chances of Sixth Hair admitting him would be very low. Sixth Hair did not have much value, but he was a member of Langya's sect. If he was used well, he might be able to help Fang Yuan topple the whole of Langya's sect. Fang Yuan did not want to lose this connection for the time being. Gains and losses were not proportional. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to let Lady White Rabbit take care of Ing Wuxie, while he went into closed cultivation to resolve the investigative killer move on him. Zishan Makoto's original immortal goo were incomplete when they were in Fang Yuan's hands. But these goo worms could be used to form an immortal killer move called Averting Disaster Wisdom. It was used to get rid of hidden threats. Even though it was not suitable, it was the strongest method that Fang Yuan could use at the moment. Fang Yuan had never used this killer move Averting Disaster Wisdom. Thankfully, it had a simple structure and involved few immortal goo. The steps were also simple. If it were a complex killer move, Fang Yuan would not choose to try it. Red Date Immortal Essence started to be expended. Goo worms started to move according to Fang Yuan's will. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a profound light. Bam! At the next moment, the profound light collapsed with a muffled sound. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. Blood flowed out of his nose. The killer move activation failed. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. If he wanted to activate the killer move on his first try, he would need to try many times. Man as before. Activating this time path immortal goo, Fang Yuan quickly recovered and started to try again. Second try, failure. Third try, failure. Fifth try, sixth try, failure. Just as Fang Yuan was activating the killer move, in Southern Borders Wu Clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa was facing a small goo formation. This goo formation was only the size of a water vat, but it involved 1,000 goo worms. The goo formation was laid flat on the ground, controlled by 3 Wu Clan goo immortals. They were continuously transferring immortal essence. The goo formation activated. It was like a whirlpool of water that was rotating rapidly. Is it ready? Wu Fa asked. The 3 Wu Clan goo immortals nodded at the same time. Most of their attention was on controlling this immortal goo formation. Wu Fa slowly stretched out his arm and opened his palm, revealing 2 mortal goo, a life tablet goo and a soul lantern goo. He carefully threw these 2 goo worms into the goo formation in front of him. Soon, these 2 mortal goo were swept into the whirlpool in the center of the goo formation, vanishing rapidly. The whirlpool's rotation speed increased by several times. The 3 Wu Clan goo immortals' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Their faces turned pale and their bodies started to tremble. After a while, 2 Wu Clan goo immortals fell to the ground, fainting. Only one person was left. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke with incomparable exhaustion as he gave a location. This position was quickly passed on by Wu Fa to Wu Yong, who was far away. Wu Yihai is likely to have been captured by Shadow Sect. Since his life tablet goo is not broken, I can use this crucial clue to find Shadow Sect's hiding place. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench Huh. Thinking of this, Wu Yong shouted at the Southern Border Righteous Path members. I know the clue. Follow me. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. The killer move Avert Calamity Wisdom cannot unravel the investigative killer move on me. It seems I need to use a stronger method. At this time, Halo Lan's anxious voice entered Fang Yuan's ears. The situation is bad. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's goo formation suddenly broke apart. It can defend against deductions. It seems our location has been exposed. I already know. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He was in control of this goo formation. The moment the goo formation had a problem, he immediately understood. Fang Yuan was not flustered. He had already thought of a solution. Everyone, come here. Chapter 1390. The super goo formation set up in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was destroyed, but it also gave Fang Yuan and the rest a warning. At this time, the Southern Border Righteous Path goo immortals were still on the way. They were still some distance away. Fang Yuan could use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape immediately. However, after careful consideration, he decided to practice the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and use this method to prepare for a rainy day. Because right now, Fang Yuan's methods could not undo the investigative killer move on him. That was to say, his location was always exposed. While being chased, there was a high chance of encountering enemies. For example, earlier, when Fang Yuan and the rest were retreating, they encountered E-Clan's Immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion. In this situation, Fang Yuan and the rest were taking a huge risk by riding the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not an Immortal Gu house, the Gu Immortals and it were not a single entity, it did not have the offensive and defensive capabilities of an Immortal Gu house. This caused the Gu Immortals on the Eagle's back to be easily targeted by the outside world. But if they grasped the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, they could instantly teleport and cross an extremely long distance, leaving danger zones. Ing Wuxie and the rest had such a method. They could even escape from the pursuit of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's repeated attempts to kill them were largely due to this ancient battle formation. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, the enemy's advantage immediately became his advantage. Fang Yuan summoned all of the Gu Immortals to him. He imparted the contents of the ancient battle formation to each of them. Among them, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxie had already grasped this formation path killer move. But this was the first time Fang Yuan, Miao Yin, and Black Tigress had come into contact with it. No matter what, only 3 of them had grasped omnidirectional travel. Among them, Ing Wuxie's condition was extremely poor. He could not be relied on. Thus, everyone had to gather and practice it together. This formation path method needed the cooperation of many Gu Immortals. There was no point in practicing it alone. Just as Fang Yuan and the rest were urgently practicing the ancient battle formation, the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals led by Wu Yong left in a grandiose manner. Fellow Taoist Wu Yong, according to the information you have, the other party is very likely to be in the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Now that we are not far from the Earth Trench, please give the order to plan the overall situation. Chi Chuyu said. He was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal with the same cultivation level as Wu Yong. In terms of seniority, he was from Wu Duxiu's generation. He was slightly older than Wu Yong. However, the prestige of the Wu clan was still flourishing, while the Qi clan had always been content in a corner, and their prestige was far inferior to the Wu clan. Adding on the information that Tai Mian Shan leaked about Wu Yong, Southern Border's Gu Immortals started to feel wariness towards this first supreme elder of Wu clan. There was even some fear. After all, in the past, many righteous path forces had made things difficult for Wu clan. Some even openly tried to take over Wu clan's resource points. If they knew about Wu Yong's battle strength and Wu clan's 4th Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building, they would have restrained themselves. They would not be so unbridled. Wu clan has lost many territories. With Wu Yong's strength, he will definitely take revenge. After exterminating the remnants of Shadow Sect, it will be time for Wu Yong to make his move. Sigh. We were all wrong. This Wu Yong has deep thoughts. He is completely different from Wu Duxiu. He actually concealed himself so deeply. Now that I think about it, this is probably his scheme. He will show weakness first, then use the righteous path to retaliate and obtain more benefits. Along the way, the southern border Gu Immortals conversed with each other. Theories about Wu Yong's conspiracy soon began to clamor. As for Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect remnants, Zishan Makoto was already dead. Even Spectral Soul's main body was captured by the Celestial Court. The only thing that could catch the attention of the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals was Fang Yuan's upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Southern border's righteous path used 6 Immortal Gu houses this time. Why would they be afraid of the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle? Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Bai Ningbing suddenly grunted. A pained expression flashed past her face. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man is before Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this time path Immortal Gu to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before Immortal Gu was still intact. She was even on the same side as Fang Yuan once again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already died, and he was killed by Fang Yuan personally. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used man as before on himself. His injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for the failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. This made Fang Yuan's defense a little weak, but at the same time, it gave him a good healing effect. Everyone's injuries were not serious, and with their excellent true inheritances, they quickly recovered. All right, let's do it again. Fang Yuan called. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Everyone's body emitted a radiance. The radiance quickly linked together, but it started to shake, losing its original stability. Bam! With a soft sound, the light dissipated, turning into countless specks of light that danced in the sky. Fairy Miaoyin moaned, her face flushed red. This time, her injuries were the heaviest. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was uninjured. He used man as before to heal Fairy Miaoyin. Our movements need to be synchronized. Again. After a while, Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Another failure. He Lulan grunted. Her brows furrowed as a trace of pain flashed past her beautiful face. After resting, Fang Yuan said, "We might as well make some adjustments. Follow my movements, feel my strength, and follow my movements." Understood? The three girls nodded, not speaking. A moment later, although Fang Yuan once again tasted the bitter fruit of failure, his progress was much greater than before. Very good. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. For the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to be activated, the four sides had to be united and move in unison. After the initial torment and hard work, they finally found the feeling. But right at this time, the formation emitted a loud noise. Oh no, our location is exposed. There are several immortal goo houses above Earth Trench. A pure dream reality seeker physique body in charge of controlling the goo formation reported. At once, the female immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the leader of Shadow Sect. They were waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. They are quite fast, but it is fine. Fang Yuan smiled. This is within my expectations. Just follow the plan I've arranged. Yes. The pure dream reality seeker physique body left. Let's continue. Fang Yuan said to the girls. The immortal goo house has already sealed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Time is limited. We need to hurry. Inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Wu Yong looked down at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench through the window. After observing for a while, his eyes shined with brilliance. This super goo formation is quite profound. The person who said it used the natural Dao marks in Earth Trench and only used a large number of mortal goo to create an immortal goo formation. There are also shadow monsters. Amazing. Such a large scale. They are all gathered together by this super goo formation. Qiao Zhikai stood beside Wu Yong and exclaimed. At this time, Qi Chu Yu's voice came from Qi Clan's immortal goo house. He was excited. Good formation, good formation. Why don't I deduce the weakness of this formation? We can use that to break it. No need. Wu Yong lightly rejected. We need to end this demonic extermination quickly. What can a mere goo formation do? Even if there are many more shadow monsters, they cannot block the might of our immortal goo houses. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a moment before saying, Everyone, attack together with me. The moment he said so, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building charged forward bravely, bringing along fierce winds as it charged down. Along the way, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was unstoppable. The shadow monsters suffered heavy casualties. It was a scene of panic. Southern Borders Goo Immortals watched the battle with shocked expressions. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building's power far surpassed their expectations. This is Wu Clan's might. Many Goo Immortals sighed inwardly, as if they could see the scene of Wu Duxiu slaughtering everyone. Wu Yong had Wu Clan's bloodline after all. His valiant nature was already deeply ingrained in his blood and bones. At once, Southern Borders' righteous path Goo Immortals felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Kill. charged together. Kill all these demonic path scoundrels. Several immortal goo houses charged forward like ferocious tigers with unstoppable might. Compared to the layers of shadow monsters, they were actually as weak as a flock of sheep. Battle cries had already entered Fang Yuan's ears. They were getting louder and louder. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was slightly strange. He Lulong glanced at Fang Yuan, but saw that Fang Yuan did not move. Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression. The super goo formation could not block the fierce attacks of several immortal goo houses. It soon collapsed. The highest cultivation level of the shadow monsters was only rank 7. They were already fleeing in all directions. Just as Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals were about to charge forward and attack, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies stood up. Bam bam bam. A series of self-detonations instantly formed a dream realm. This move again. Retreat. E-Clan's goo immortals had suffered from this before. Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal goo houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The dream realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being dream path idiots. The ferocious righteous path goo immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed. He received a letter goo. Celestial Quartz letter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.